those that are here serving today, but also our veterans. And this is an exciting time for us because we are a military community and we recognize your service not just to our country, but to our community and what you do for us. So this is a small token of what we can do, and it's a great tradition here on the City Council. I'm going to go ahead and start off by reading one of the proclamations. So this one is for Seaman Elise Reason. Whereas the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center has established the quarterly joint service non-commissioned officer, petty officer, and junior enlisted board. And whereas a recipient of the board award, Seaman Elise Reisen, has demonstrated extraordinary personal abilities, leadership skills, and knowledge of the history of the Presidio of Monterey in DLI FLC, chain of command, world events, customs and courtesies, first aid, code of conduct, uniform code of military justice, military leadership, and armed forces insignia. And whereas the Monterey community is proud of the century's service members as well as its outstanding relationship with DLI FLC, now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of our City Council and citizens, hereby recognize Seaman Elise Reisen, United States Navy, for a job well done and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for Seaman Reisen. You can go in. No, I'm just kidding. Is Seaman Reisen here? Please, Seaman Reisen, why don't you come up? And part of our tradition is for you to share a few words. And I'm assuming you have some remarks prepared in your language. And don't tell us what it is. We will guess and we'll see who's right.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. My phrase, I'm learning Chinese here at the Defense Language Institute. And
just told us you weren't supposed to do that.
Oh, sorry. My phrase is a short phrase. It's only 4 characters, and it is 坚持下去.
Okay, let's see if anybody can figure out
Chinese.
what the phrase was. How about that?
Shine my shoes.
No, I can say it again.
Yeah, say it again.
The phrase is 坚持下去.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Good day.
I like the city.
No.
Ride the bus with us. Okay, what is it?
It means to persevere.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Very fitting for the studies that you're doing, isn't it?
Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you for that. Why don't you come on up and we can give you this recognition and maybe take some photos.
Thank you very much.
All righty.
The chief said yes.
Congratulations. Yeah, let's go.
He's coming through the back. Sure.
Yeah, please give it up again for Stephen. Lance Corporal Ashton Elzy. So same message here. On behalf of the City Council and citizens, we hereby recognize Lance Corporal Ashton Elzy, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for Lance Corporal Elzy, and why don't you make your way up? All right, so I just got to say, the Seaman gave you a warm up. Okay, we give one giveaway. Don't tell us. Why don't you say your phrase or your statements in your language and let's try to see if we can guess it.
طيب اسمي إمام، شكرا على هذه الاستضافة وأنا سعيد جدا لأكون هنا وشكرا على هذه الفرصة الذهبية. نعم شكرا جدا، شكرا جزيلا.
Jeremy.
I want to say Russian. No.
Arabic.
نعم نعم yes Arabic. Arabic yes.
Did you know? Oh, okay. What were you going to say? Farsi. Okay, that's where I was going to go actually if he didn't acknowledge the Arabic. Okay. Who got it? All right, Gene. All right. All right. Well, why don't you come on up and we can take some photos. Congratulations. Yeah.
It sounded great, by the way. Really nice.
If I could have understood it, I understood it.
Awesome. Give it up again.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up, we have Sergeant Samuel Garcia. So again, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, we hereby recognize Sergeant Samuel Garcia, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done and thank them for their continuing contributions to the armed services and to our nation. So please give it up for Sergeant Samuel Garcia, and why don't you make your way up?
Dobry dzień, nazwę serwant Samuel Karolowicz Garcia. Я здесь учусь с октября 2024 году.
What say we?
German. Turkish.
I think it's something Middle Eastern, Peshwan.
Sounds Russian. It is Russian.
Russian.
Very good.
All right, well, who got Russian? Okay, all right, there we go. All right, well, he's coming up and we'll give you your proclamation. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, just put him.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Perfect. Awesome. Give
Thank you.
it up for him again. All right, and last but not least, we have Sergeant Jocelyn Mata. Did I say that correctly? Yes, okay. So on behalf of our city council and citizens, we hereby recognize Sergeant Jocelyn Mata, United States Marine Corps, for a job well done and thank them for continuing contributions to the armed services in our nation. So please give it up for Sergeant Jocelyn Mata.
مساء الخير، اسمي فرح، أنا رقيب في مشاة البحرية وأعمل في معهد الدفاع للغات. شكرا جزيلا.
Farsi, Arabic?
Arabic again. Yes, sir.
Arabic, okay. All right, well, we have to do a tally of scores over time here. So why don't you come on up and we can give you your proclamation.
Even after 100 of them.
I know, right?
Congratulations. Yeah. Perfect. Awesome.
Thank
Please
you.
give it up for her again.
Thank you so much.
Right. Well, thank you all again. Thanks everybody for your service, for our service military personnel. We're deeply grateful, particularly in times like this when there's a lot of unknowns and instability in the world. We know that you all are at the ready, and this is at the forefront of your minds, probably in a way greater than we can know. So honestly, thank you for your service to our country. Yeah. All right, you realize how they didn't clap for that. They just kind of like took it. I love it. I love it. All right, we're going to give you a moment to transition. So if you don't want to stay for the rest of our council meeting, we won't make you sit through it. So why don't we take a moment, let you all adjust, move around. But thanks again as you transition, unless you want to stay.
Really?
And we'll be here till about 11 tonight.
That's all you say.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, nope.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Appreciate it. You're like, nope. At the end.
I came out in force today too.
Really? I love
Yeah, they
that.
did.
I love that. At the end, if we'll be here till 11,
Take care. Appreciate you.
take care. Wow, that's beautiful.
I feel like I see some of them running on the rec trail in the morning too, by the way.
Sure you do.
So my son, former Army.
Have a whole life
birthday
ahead of
is the
him.
14th. Flag Day away.
It's a flag day.
Oh, I feel so bad. I didn't do this. They're all gone now out of the room, but I didn't take public comment. So I apologize if somebody wanted to make public comments to them. But in order to make sure that we're following the process correctly, I'm going to open it up for public comments. Just for folks' awareness, What we do is we identify the folks that want to speak during public comment at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we'll close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So I'll go ahead and start with folks on Zoom. If you want to speak on public comments for this item, for the DLI awards only, go ahead and use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, I'm not seeing any takers, so we will go back to folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and pass it to those folks.
And just as a reminder for these 2 callers, this is for the DLI awards. So first I'll call on cell phone caller with the last 3 digits, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. Julie Akey was a student at the DLI in 1996. She's sick with a rare cancer she got from the contaminated tap water at Fort Ord Housing. How many other DLI students as well? The Pentagon and VA have refused to help her. Monterey hasn't either. The Army turned Fort Ord into a Superfund site. Many soldiers are sick and many have died from the toxins there, and the Pentagon has denied benefits to them and the survivors. That's who the DLI students work for.
Your comments related to the item, so we're going to go ahead.
On DLI.
On
When
DLI.
the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and installed the repressive Shah Pahlavi in his place, DLI students helped the Shah run the security apparatus.
Mic off, and we'll go on to the next public speaker.
All right, our next public speaker is another telephone caller. And again, a reminder, this is on the subject of the DLI awards only. You can go ahead.
Hello, City Council. This is Brian Rosen here. I'm very concerned about these awards being given out in the way that they're being given out, because it's not equitable, and you're supposed to believe in equity, diversity, and inclusion. There's so many people out there protesting the wars, so many members of Veterans for Peace who know that the politicians get them into terrible wars and turn the young people into murderers. And all you do is you want to congratulate the soldiers. I'd like you to bear in mind.
On topic, or I'm going to ask them to cut your mic off. We did. Okay. All right. With that, we're going to close public comment on that item. We'll move on to item number 2, recognize city employees for milestone anniversaries. This is also another great one that we like to celebrate, because we know that our city employees are out there doing a thankless job that a lot of our community members take for granted. And so with that, I will pass it to Hans for a quick presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are always very pleased to do this once a quarter, where we look at our employees and want to share with the council and the public their milestone anniversaries. And we have 5 employees who we would like to honor. And I start with Thijs. And if Thijs can speak about Baltasar Garcia a little bit.
Yeah, as Hans said, we're here to acknowledge Baltasar Garcia. He's a lead worker with the city of Monterey. He's been here for 20 years now. He is a mainstay for us at Parks. He trained me when I first joined, and gave me a lot of hopefully good habits. But you will see his fingerprints throughout the city. Here at Colton Hall, all the major landscape projects that we've done through the city. We've mentioned about what's happened at the cemetery. The entrance there looks really great. That's because of a big part of what Balta did. The conference center, all the landscaping there. Right now, San Carlos Beach, if you see the work that's going on there, he's actively doing that. So he has a great eye for design, for landscape, and also for as a leader amongst our group. He is a fantastic leader. Often folks go to him for any sort of advice, be it for irrigation or landscaping or just professionalism. He has been a true role model for a lot of our workers in our department. Also, just want to acknowledge he's one of the crew that goes there in the middle of the night and does the tunnel cleanings quarterly. He goes out there. He's also the guy on the tractor going out there, cleaning the beach, making sure that's clean. So he is also the one who's maintaining windows on the Bay Park right now as well. So obviously he has some of our biggest areas, covers a lot of area throughout the city, and also one of our large equipment operators as well. So you'll see him even taking the tractor up to Skyline too. So needless to say, we would not be able to accomplish a fraction of what we do if it wasn't for Walter Garcia. So I'd like to acknowledge him.
You don't want to come up for a photo? Thank you for your service.
He said yes for both.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I missed it.
It was a yes and a no. We'll take a handshake, right? Thank you, Spike.
Start now. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
All righty.
1, 2, 3, couple. Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then, the next one is one of our custodians, Jose Bonilla, but he is not here today. But Chris Dwight, the General Services Superintendent, who also is filling in for Andrea Rennie, our Public Works Director, she is on a vacation right now. Will speak a few words about Jose Bonilla.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Jose has been an evening custodian for the last 20 years. He spent his 20 years with us on that shift. As you can imagine, being a night evening shift custodian, you're responsible for closing all the city restrooms and associated public facilities. So that job can have some challenges, but he's worked it wonderfully with a smile on his face, and it comes to work always happy and willing to work hard. So, and the biggest thing with him is being very dependable as well. As you can imagine, having an evening shift such as that, finding last minute coverage and whatnot can be challenging. And he has been steadfast, hardworking, dedicated, and an utmost pleasure to be around all the time. So I want to congratulate him on his 20 years. I wish he was here, but I don't see him tonight. So if you see him, say thank you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for him. You want to come and take a picture as his proxy?
So the police chief, Chief Obert took the 4 o'clock shift today because it's the harder one. And so he will talk about the 2 employees in his police department who are celebrating 20 years of service to the city as well.
Thank you, Hans. Mayor, City Council, I'd like to first recognize Monterey Police Services Assistant Michael Nemi, badge 216. PSA Nemi has been an integral part of the City of Monterey Police Department for the past 20 years, serving from June of 2005 to the present. PSA Nemi began his career with the City of Monterey as a police services technician in June of 2005. In May of 2006, he became a police services assistant and has served in that role for the past 19 years. During that time, Michael has processed live scans for the entire city, handled subpoenas, and assisted with day-to-day tasks and operations. His knowledge, work ethic, and positive attitude have made a lasting impact and earned him the respect of his colleagues. PSA Nemi leads by example, demonstrating unwavering commitment, professionalism, and integrity in the law enforcement profession. The City of Monterey Police Department thanks PSA Michael Nemi for his dedication to our community over the last 20 years. Next, I'd like to recognize Monterey Police Sergeant Jeffrey Welch, badge number 191. Sergeant Jeffrey Welch, number 191, has been an integral part of the City of Monterey Police Department for the past 20 years, from June to 2005 through present. Sergeant Welch started with the City of Monterey as a police services technician in June of 2005. He became a police officer in May of 2006 and was promoted to sergeant in March 2020. During his tenure, Sergeant Welch has worked as a patrol officer, a field training officer, and a detective. He has also served as a member of the SWAT team, the Mobile Field Force Field, and as a defensive tactics instructor. He's currently assigned to the Patrol Division as a field training sergeant. Sergeant Welch leads by example, consistently demonstrating professionalism, service, integrity, hard work, and a strong commitment to the law enforcement profession. The City of Monterey Police Department thanks Sergeant Jeffrey Welch for his dedicated service to our community over the past 20 years. Both Jeff and Mike weren't able to be here. Jeff gets in at 4:30. When I was walking over, I told the other officers and sergeants that were standing over there that I was coming to do this. And they said, "Oh, we'll send him over." I said, "Well, I don't know that he really wants to come over, but if you want to mess with him, then certainly send him over." So if Sergeant Welch walks through the doorway thinking that he's supposed to be here, we'll have to
We'll give him a round.
rousing round of
Yeah,
applause.
yeah.
And with that, thank you. And thank you for taking this time to recognize all of our employees.
Thank you, Chief. So if he does walk in here, I'm gonna just like stop whatever we're doing. We're just like go crazy on him. So we'll make sure to give him his due respect. I will now open it up for public comments on this one. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. For folks in the chamber, I will check in with you. Anybody want to speak on this one? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one on Zoom and this is specifically on the anniversaries, recognition of city employees for milestones and anniversaries.
We have Esther calling. You can go ahead, Esther.
Good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to extend my congratulations and gratitude to all of these city employees that are being honored here. We have some really great staff members, and we don't really see them as much as the executives. So I'm really happy to see that we continue doing this to honor them. That's it. Thanks.
Okay.
I will have one before.
Thank you. Okay. All right, and I'm just gonna make one final comment before we move on from this last presentation. When I started on the council, I had this idea, belief, or concern around the wages and things getting out of control in regards to the salaries that some of our employees receive. But over my time of being here and seeing all the hard work that our staff do, it's not only critically important for recruitment, but it's retention. And we hear these stories today of amazing city employees doing work. And again, a lot of this that we take for granted. How often do we drive by and see all the different things that they're doing throughout the city? So truly, on behalf of the entire city council, we thank everybody on our staff for the hard work that you all do every single day for us. It's public service and it's hard work. So we appreciate you all for what you do. All righty. With that, we will go to general public comments. So these are for items that aren't on today's agenda. We will check with folks on Zoom, ask them to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. If anybody wishes to speak on any item that's not on today's agenda, I ask that you stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So we have 2 standing and I see 3 hands up in the chamber. So we have 5 folks total. Anybody else want to speak on general public comment for items that aren't on today's agenda? Okay, we'll go ahead and cut it off to those 5 folks in the chamber, and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 4 people on Zoom. I'm going to do 2 minutes. So go ahead and start with folks in the chamber. Please. 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Jim Burns. You know me as a street vendor. After the chilling April 15th performance of the city manager telling the mayor how he would enforce his illegal sidewalk ordinance changes, I quote, "We will enforce it." I had expert vendor attorneys from Pro Counsel who helped write SB 946 speak with your staff. After the hour-long meeting ended with your city manager, he commanded me to rewrite the ordinance and have it ready for him in 3 days. So here's my 5-part proposal that meets the requirements set by state law. First, move the planters in our area. The current locations cause unnecessary congestion and block the public's use of trash receptacles. 2, pick up the city trash. Currently, the city is failing to adequately service this area. Us vendors have got the state park workers emptying city trash cans. 3, pick up the tables left overnight. The existing sidewalk code is not being enforced. We've had to self-regulate because city staff has failed to enforce the code already on the books. 4, mark the bike path. Class 1 bike path that runs alongside the Custom House Plaza has no defining marks to alert the out-of-town tourists that they're entering cross traffic except for a broken yellow line. Painting the ground green would identify where bike traffic is confined and show that your city staff has a shred of concern for public and health and safety in our area. And 5, issue a comprehensive map of vendor spots. Council members Rash and Garcia both propose staff identify areas where permit holding, insurance carrying sidewalk vendors can set up. They mentioned the Portola Hotel Breezeway, Alvarado Street, San Carlos Beach, Window on the Bay Park, Cannery Row, and the aquarium sidewalks. We can come up with more specific changes for vendor regulations when we've received a complete city map of areas available. For the last 6 years, it's fallen on us sidewalk vendors to educate, self-regulate, and work as de facto safety and code enforcement officers in our area. We're doing the whole job for ourselves.
Thank you.
Have some very exciting news. I'm here to share it with you all. I've been doing some research and I discovered that the purpose of the Safe Sidewalk Vending Bill 946, I quote, "The Safe Sidewalk Vending Act was enacted to decriminalize sidewalk vending in California. The primary reason for enacting this law were to promote entrepreneurship, especially for low-income and immigrant communities, and to protect vulnerable vendors from the criminalization and potential ICE raids and deportation." It turns out that the whole reason that this law was enacted was to combat ICE raids. It was really exciting and gratifying to find out how firmly I am on the right side of history. And it justifies all the work, long hours I put into this. What a revelation. Anyway, the Sidewalk Vending Act wasn't just written to protect vendors from fines. It was crafted in the aftermath of Trump's first election in 2017 to stop ICE detentions. It was enacted to decriminalize the act of working outside the corporate structure and outside the corporate economy in what's called the informal economy. Written by people at the state that are far smarter than you or I, people who understood that a simple citation could mean deportation. It was California standing up when the federal government came for our neighbors. So now you know what's at stake. And with that knowledge comes great responsibility. I'm looking forward to working with the staff on a proposal that works for everyone. But let me be clear. This community will never stand by while the rights of vulnerable people are stripped away. Things are different now. The stakes are higher. State laws matter now more than ever. We need leaders who protect our people, not endanger them. Uphold the state law, protect our neighbors, protect Monterey. There is no going back. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, hi, I'm Olivia Miller. I'm a new Parks and Rec employee. I work for the preschool program.
Make sure you speak right into the mic to make sure.
Sorry, hi.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Olivia Miller. I work for the Parks and Rec program for the preschool program. So a couple of things. I totally agree with what you both said. Whenever I use the bike path, I don't know if it's tourists or a little bit of both. The lines need to be redone, and there's constantly, I just see every time I go on it, people arguing over who goes where, walking and on the bike path. I think that's what they were saying. But I've also had an issue with that. Same with people in the roads, and I use a car and bike. Bike riders are not abiding by the stop sign, but they're riding in the road. I feel like that's been a huge danger. And I'm kind of blanking now that I'm up there, but yeah, and then the same with cars as well. Cars aren't paying attention to bikes. I think everyone just kind of needs to get on the same page about the safety of that. And at El Estero Park on every Tuesday morning, we have a group of bikers who are meeting in the parking lot, and we've kindly asked them, please stop, because we are having trouble trying to park and work for the community. And I was hoping for some help on that because I don't know what else we can do at this point. It's just being ignored, and I think maybe you guys could help us out with that a little bit. I don't know. This is my first time ever doing this, so I don't know. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak today,
Yeah.
and welcome. Congrats on the role. I think staff has heard what you shared, but you can feel free to connect with Nat on the side, and we can make sure that we get something to you for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, members of council, city staff, residents. My name is Ross Pounds. I'm here as a board member of the Monterey Firefighters Community Foundation. And just to give you a little context about the Defensible Space Grant Program that I'm going to talk about, we'll just go back a little bit. And last year we held our first charity ball. Not only do we put on events such as the 4th of July Pancake Breakfast that's coming up, but we've also began that charity ball, which we plan to have on an annual basis to raise money to help support our community. So we did better than expected. And then after that, as you all remember, the Palisades fire happened. And in the wake of the Palisades fire, we knew that we had some money, and we said, how can we use this to help our community and our residents prepare for the same type of an event? So in conjunction with our fire department administration, the prevention staff, and our nonprofit, we developed the Defensible Space Grant Program. This program is specifically geared towards residents who are found to have violations at their homes and that need assistance to clean up their homes. So the Firefighter Foundation has partnered with PM Landscaping, who's made a very generous donation of labor to give residents who may be challenged to do that work themselves or be able to pay for that work to make a grant application, and we will help them get that work done to help mitigate wildfire risk. So you can go to MontereyFirefightersFoundation.org, and there's information there. We also have these flyers that are available at our administration office, as well as Station 11, the downtown station here. And our prevention department is also going, if they see identified homes, they'll be trying to get that program out as well. But wanted to say this in the public forum, and also if you have constituents that you speak to make sure that they're aware of that as well. And so we're happy that we can do this. And if you have any questions, by all means, contact one of the firefighters, our admin office, or there's some contact details on the back. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ross.
Ross, can you pass those around so we can get one?
And thanks to the entire team for your efforts on getting that program going. I think we have our last public commenter in the chamber.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Staff Sergeant Jesse Morgan. I work at the Defense Language Institute Foreign Language Center, at the City of Monterey. I'm a Marine. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Marine Corps. I just want you to know my position. I'm a platoon commander up there at the Marine Corps detachment. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. We're reading from a script. I come before you not just as a concerned resident, but as someone representing working families, students, service members, and elderly citizens who've been financially harmed by a system with the power to change. I'm speaking about USA Towing, which operates out of 2091 Del Monte Avenue in Seaside, and more broadly about the predatory structure enabled by the California Highway Patrol's 2025-2026 tow service agreement. Under this agreement, they charge $275 per hour to tow your vehicle. They charge $125 per calendar day to store it in a dirt lot, unsecured and unlit. And if you get off work late, you'll pay a $137 gate fee justified by regulation to get your own car back. And even though movement charges within the lot are explicitly prohibited in the same contract, that's not public service. That's an extortion economy. And we've legalized it. These fees aren't just high, they're maximized to the legal limit under CHP policy, and USA Towing is profiting from this structure by design. Independent analysis shows profit margins on storage exceed 88%. Gate fees yield 7 to 75% pure margin. Monthly profits surpass $35,000 with conservative modeling, and that's just on 100 tows and 200 storage days. This isn't cost recovery. This is predation engineered through policy. These are fees for being stranded, for working late, and not having cash on hand at the right moment. It's not a pricing issue. It's structural. The tow service agreement allows rate approval with zero cost verification, permits storage fees without needing to prove justification for inside storage, lets companies impose lien fees of $100 simply by starting the DMV process, no threshold, no third-party validation, has no GPS or timestamp requirement to verify the times claimed by tow companies for how long these tows take. And this isn't accountability. This isn't governance. This is legalized price trap operating under the color of law. We're not helpless. We have the authority to enact local controls. Apologies. That's all I've got.
Thank you.
I don't want to stay over my time.
And you can feel free to submit your public comments to the city and we can check those out as well if you weren't able to get through them.
I have documentation with me. I can provide it.
Yeah, if you want to pass those to Nat, you can. All right, and with that, we will go to our public commenters on Zoom.
All right, we'll start with a telephone caller with the last three digits 004. You will need to dial *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Mayor, I think that you cut Mr. Rosen off during his time talking about the military. Whether we agree or not, you are not allowed to interrupt free comments, and you did that. And I think that's overbearing on your part. I'd like to urge you all to think and act upon global warming issues in every deliberation you make. You have so much power to do good in our community in every way. And it's so important right now to be planting thousands of trees all along the coastline. And the reason being is that trees bring rainfall to the inlands. Clear across to India and Africa. That's how important coastal trees are. And it's the evaporation of the ocean and the transpiration of the trees that make rainfall. And I sent you that information, and yet you're cutting down trees, and you're making every excuse why you cannot and will not plant trees along our coastline. Yep. So I'm going to continue urging you with every bit of knowledge I can to do the right thing and stop cutting down these enormous trees, especially the eucalyptus, that harbor a ton of CO2 a year and take in 10 pounds of pollutants a year. And they also provide 260 pounds of oxygen a year. So it's vitally important right now that it's not about Brazil, what they're doing there. It's what we are doing here, and not just here, but across America.
Speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits 837.
Hello, this is Brian Rosen, and I think it's rather shameful that you cut me off. I made a very valid, relevant point that, it's discriminatory, it's inequitable for you not also to be celebrating the people who are with war. And there are many, many Veterans for Peace members who are very against the war and against what Trump is doing and out there protesting. So it's very, very shameful. Your behavior is not always good, not beneficial for this city. We don't need a clown show like Trump has. We need serious leaders to help to counter this horrible regime and the horrible things that they're doing, taking away rights and persecuting people, Democrats, immigrants, etc. And yet it just becomes like a clown show. You're not even addressing Trump. Every city in this country should be calling for impeachment via resolution. And then as far as marginalized communities are concerned, why create unnecessary division by making it around crosswalks? It's important to get as much support as possible for every group and not create unnecessary division. You know, if you had been for banners on polls, you might have gotten 90% in support, but instead you do this crosswalk thing, just creating so much unnecessary division. We need to get as many people behind marginalized people as possible, including the transgender, which I support, but not in ways that create a lot of unnecessary division. Let us get the maximum support by not coming up with concepts that a large number of the public do not approve of. But is this just a clown show, or are you going to get serious with governing? Because we really need you to, especially with Trump in office right now. I'm very disappointed. I think a lot of people are. I don't think. Thank you.
And our last speaker, because one hand did get lowered, is a telephone caller with the last three digits 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I object to the censorship by the mayor and staff of me and other members of the public and public comments. Critical comments are protected by the Brown Act. Maybe perhaps you need to reread the Brown Act. Every agenda for regular meetings shall provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body on any item of interest to the public. There is no provision for if you disagree with the comments made by the public. And once again, I'm afraid, Mayor, you're displaying your conflict of interest. My comments were directly related to the topic under consideration, which was the DLI Awards. Secondly, I want to talk about speeding around the post office, which is a hazard. It's caused near accidents and accidents. The city needs to put up simple, not with a great deal of expense, stop signs on Cass at Hartnell and on Hartnell at Webster. And also, I have been waiting for about 3 weeks to find out from Public Works who approved the closure of Calle Principal and removed the drive-through, the drop-off for the post office that was there. And also to find out how much it costs. There's been complete silence from City Hall on that. But the safety issue of the stop signs is urgently needed there before someone gets killed in front of the post office. And I understand that post office staff have also been endangered by speeding cars going up and down Hartnell. Thirdly, I want to address the forest destruction that's happening in the city under the pretense of reducing fire damage or reducing fire risk. This is increasing fire risk. It's drying out the forest. It's creating areas where wind can now get through easily, whereas vegetation and tree branches and lush trees are blocking the wind from carrying embers or from fanning flames if any existed. Now it's open season on the forest.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. Thanks you for all of our public commenters. And I just want to clarify, public comments can't be on specific agenda items. You can't try to make something kind of closely related to an agenda item and try to make public comments on it. The reason why I stopped those two public commenters earlier were because they were making public comments that were not related to the agenda item. Obviously, we are in full support of the public and transparent process. The public commenters were not stopped on making the comments that they made during the general public comments in alignment with that practice. So I just wanted to help clarify that. With that, I want to make one other announcement before we go to our consent agenda, which is this council has been asked to continue item number 19, which is to change the changes to the rental assistance program. So the idea is to continue that to August 5th. We'll pick that back up in the evening session as an action item. We can take public comment on it, but we are going to ask the council to continue that. So if you are here to make public comments on that, we just wanted to give you a heads up in advance. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Does the council wish to pull anything from consent?
Mayor,
Please.
item number 3, as well as item 13 for a brief staff report.
3 and 13. Anybody else on the council? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it out to the public. If anybody in the public wishes to pull an item from the agenda or make general public comments on items on the consent agenda, this is your opportunity to do so. So I'll ask folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. In the meantime, while you're navigating your way there, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on items on the consent? All right, I'm not seeing any, so we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber and we'll check with folks on Zoom. I'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and open it up for those folks.
First, I'll call in Adam.
Good afternoon or good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff people, and members of the public. I just want to, in light of earlier comments, commend staff and City Council on their hard work and dedication. We don't always agree, and that's okay. That's part of the democratic process. And it's through not only the public democratic process, but also through hard work and staff time working with the public and with property owners and realtors that we've come to the recommendation before you regarding the sidewalk repair and maintenance inspection requirement. I wholeheartedly agree with the staff's recommendation. It simply just isn't feasible at this time. And so I look forward to, if you want to come back and discuss something later, let's talk about it. But I urge you to proceed with the staff recommendation, and of course it's on consent. So I don't think we have any trouble here. Thanks all for your hard work and for having the open dialogues necessary to find these solutions.
So the speaker with the telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 837.
Hello, City Council. Please don't cut me off because what I'm saying is relevant. I am very, very concerned about, well, the mayor has very bad judgment, but he shouldn't be doing that. That's not right. Maybe he's clouded. But the MST, I want to talk about MST.
So the
MST director.
The MST item has been pulled from the consent. So do you have any comments outside of the items that have already been pulled?
I just want to be able to speak about MST.
Yep. Well, we'll come back with the separate item, so you can raise your hand again and have a chance to speak on public comment when we address that item separately.
Okay, I'll be here. I'll stay around. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was it. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation.
Make a motion with the exception of 3 and 13 to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Let's go ahead and go to item number 3, which is a proclamation recognizing Monterey Salinas Transit General Manager and CEO Carl Sedort for his 25 years at MST. And do we need to do a presentation? I'll read the proclamation here in a second.
Yes.
Did you want to start us off or sure?
Once you read the proclamation, and then I think there might be several people that have things to say about Carl.
Including Brian Rosen.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and read this one. Whereas Carlos began his career with Monterey Salinas Transit in June 2000 as the assistant general manager and transitioned to the role of general manager and CEO in September 2005. And whereas Carl has overseen many successful MST infrastructure and technology initiatives to better serve passengers in the community, including the construction of the Marina Transit Exchange, Jazz Bus Rapid Transit, real-time bus arrival system, mobility services center, contactless fare payments, and future surf busway and BRT. And whereas Carl implemented new transit services for popular Monterey Trolley, service to South County cities on Line 23, Salinas King City, the Grapevine Express, Monterey Carmel Valley, Line 55, Monterey San Jose Express, Line 84, King City Paso Robles, Line 59, Salinas Gilroy, military serving lines, and a major overhaul of the entire transit system. And whereas during Carl's 25 years, MST has been called up to respond to several emergency events and coordinate with the Monterey County Department of Emergency Management, including COVID-19 pandemic and emergency evacuations from fires and floods. And whereas Carl has secured over $200 million in federal, state, and local grants funding for infrastructure, technology, and service initiatives, managed a budget that contributed $1.5 billion to the local economy through direct and induced spending and served more than 100 million passengers. And whereas Carl is widely respected as a passionate advocate for public transportation, serving our communities and nationally as a spirited and principled leader, consistently demonstrating a sense of responsibility for well-being of MST employees and passengers while championing safety and fairness as core values. And now therefore be resolved that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, congratulate Carl on his milestone 25 years of service to MST and his tireless commitment to the customers and communities of Monterey County. So please, let's give it up for Carl. And before you make some remarks, I do want to pass it to Councilmember Smith, because I do know that he represents, he's worked as a representative for the city of Monterey and MST for a number of years here, and I'm sure has a little bit more of an insight into the work that you've done over the years. So please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Carl, we had our meeting, I think it was last week, and all the other agencies that are on the board represented these little pieces of paper, and they stood up and they, crumpled them and handed them to you and said, thank you. So we wanted to do a special at a city council meeting. So the Monterey way is we wanted to give you an opportunity to be in front of the whole council and give you this actual recognition for your years of service. I just want to say I've been on the MST board for a little over 2 years, and Dan Albert Jr. from Monterey served prior to that, I think his entire time being on the council. And I met with him several times trying to understand the complexities of the bus, because I was just thought driver bus, you collect a fee, you have a few buildings, and that's all there is to it. So when you get on the board, you realize that there's so much more, and we've had so many different initiatives led by a very fine leader who is very experienced, and also a very large board of electeds with a vibrant staff with a lot of expertise that we don't always possess. And boards, when they're elected, think they know the best, but staff really of that agency is well run, within budget, with great equipment, serving the public in a very large Monterey County. And what's unusual is I just went to a wedding and met a gentleman who worked for the Walla Walla Bus Rapid Transit, and he was the operations manager, and we talked buses and trolleys and all that stuff. And he had all the relevant questions, but his biggest thing was, wow, that's a big operation in Monterey. I know that. And I know Carl, and I've been to conferences. So it is a small world. People know Carl Sadorf and appreciate his leadership and his fine-tuned ability to get the most out of all the dollars and all the miles in that bus. So I just want to say personally, thank you. And this council recognizes your hard work and your service to the city of Monterey, as well to the entire county of the disadvantaged and those advantaged and those that choose to ride the bus, which is a great way to go. And lots of projects coming. So Carl, thank you from this council.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the being on this agenda. And I appreciate the recognition that you provide to so many people in the community, particularly the folks who were here earlier today, as the son of a veteran, the brother of a veteran, and the father of an active duty Army person. I do appreciate you honoring those who serve. But to get back on the topic, it's been 25 years here at MST, 12 years prior to that at Long Beach Transit. So you do the math, and I'm getting pretty old. But I really enjoy it. I enjoy it every day. I've spent part of my career prior to transit. There were a few years where I worked for large multinational corporations in the private sector. And you did not get that sense of accomplishment. When I landed in transit, I saw that I could help people less fortunate than myself, people who really need mobility services to get to work, to get to school, to get to medical appointments. And you can have an impact by reducing traffic congestion, reducing pollution and greenhouse gas emissions, and provide real good to your community. And the feedback is immediate. You get it wrong or you get it right, and not everyone agrees 100% with everything we do, but I do know that I've had the privilege of working with fine staff here, the city of Monterey, whether it's the city manager or public safety or parks or public works,
You all are amazing to work with. And just want to thank you all, your council, for your support, things like the MST trolley. And also we couldn't do it without you and your collaboration with other cities, other communities all around the community. Make that happen and help improve the quality of life for everyone here in Monterey County. So thank you so much. I appreciate the recognition. Thanks.
Thank you.
Carl, why don't you come up for a photo?
We have we're very tapped, we're not tapped.
Okay.
Dinner call.
Thank you. Thank you. And where are we?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Good boy, good boy.
1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as they say, ride the bus with us.
That's right.
That's something that actually predated me.
Yes, I know. We love that. We love that tagline.
I will say before we move off, the comments that I made earlier about our public servants in the city of Monterey applies to you. I know that you all dealt a lot with a lot of pushback as it relates to surf project and getting that launched off the ground. And that's just an example of that public facing side that I don't think people realize how much stress is on you as you're dealing with that. So truly thank you for your years of service.
Yeah. Can I say one more thing about the bus surf rapid transit that's coming with a groundbreaking on the 28th, June 28th groundbreaking. I just want to say through that process, we had conversations, lots of public engagement, speakers, visitors, the full gamut for the process. And that was a unanimous vote by a very diverse Monterey County Board of Electeds that saw the value of increasing the ridership from the corridor of Castroville Marina into the peninsula. So I just wanted to say that that was not anything just lightly decided and we just let the executive director of MST, just carry us to spend a bunch of money, that was fully engaged with a very large board that includes every city and all 5 board of supervisors that voted unanimously for the surf bus that will groundbreak June 28th. But thank you for the license to out the project and to brag a little bit about our executive director at MST.
And when's that groundbreaking again, the ribbon cutting?
June 28th.
June 28th. It's on a Saturday. June 28th.
Time, place?
2 o'clock.
In Marina.
2 p.m. in Marina at the transit station.
Yes.
I believe it will be at
The
Fifth Street Station.
Fifth Street Station. Okay, perfect. All right.
What we'll make sure it gets to Lori and we'll make sure we publish that to the
Perfect.
weekly.
I like it. And thank you for your service to MSD, Councilmember Smith. All right, we're going to now take it out to public comment on this item. And I'm just going to clarify up front, this is public comment specifically on recognizing Carl for his service. So this isn't a time to rail against MST. We don't have an item on the agenda to rail against. I mean, unless you want to rail against Carl, which is fair game in this regard. Hope you don't, but that's what the process is for. So with that, I will offer folks on Zoom to use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check with folks in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? We have one taker. Anybody else? All right, we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber and I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks on Zoom. We'll go ahead and start with the member in the chamber. Please.
I just want to say, Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. And Carl, I just want to say thank you for the time that you've committed. I've been impacted directly through the services you provided. MST once ran bus lines directly through the city of Monterey, and those ran out to the Del Monte Center and a couple of other items. I'm not sure if those have been downgraded since then, but they did a fantastic job then. And I know my Marines constantly use all of your systems, all of your services, all the service members are helped and provided by the work that you've done. Right. I know that currently there was one of both award winners today for the JEB, including myself. I won the JEB before. Was presented with that plaque. Thank you again for that. But both of those individuals have utilized your system. I know Lance Corporal Elsie utilizes the bus system to go back and forth. He has a romance out in town and he makes great use of your school trip, to go to the Del Monte Center, go watch movies and do things that he needs to do to become a successful service member in this community. So I really appreciate your impact and thank you again.
Like Grey Goose, like the drink, the liquor? No. Just messing.
Was that, sir?
No. Let's just move on from that one.
I have a new tagline for the bus may be,
Oh, yeah.
have a romance on us or something.
Oh, yeah. You can put hearts on it. Something.
On that tagline for a future campaign. Thank you for that. All right, with that, we will go to our callers on Zoom.
I believe this is Mr. Rosen. You can go ahead.
This is Brian Rosen again, and I wish to object to Mr. Cedric getting this recognition. I don't believe he deserves it. I think he's doing a lot of harm environmentally to the second most important dune complex in California. Even the Coastal Commission admitted that it was significant harm, but after all the politicians got together and there was a lot of pressure, lo and behold, they split. For years, Mr. Cedric informed the public through his meetings that it wouldn't interfere with Proposition 116, that the railroad tracks would stay in place. But because some very smart people got the documents, we found out that wasn't true. And so that was untrue. There was a lot of misleading of the public, very wrong. It wasn't open and transparent. It was a propaganda show in support of the SURF project. Plus, there's a big conflict of interest because Tampsey Rail Memo notes that both MST and Tampsey own land near the proposed 5th Street station they want to develop. And that land's under state law. You can have a very high density development next to a transit line. So they should have probably recused themselves. There was just such a conflict. And then years and years, they helped the elderly get on the buses, and all of a sudden, we can't do it anymore because of liability. Well, you did it, God, 30 years, and, with bicycles, and so Mr. Cedric was perhaps overcautious. It was such a bad idea. Why did they let it go on for so many years? Now there's a whole new project that there's no public hearing, and he's just ramming it through, saying the old public hearings cover the new project that completely paves over the railroad tracks. This is not right. But Mr. Cedric, he degrades us if we go speak, and they don't tell the truth, and the public speakers don't feel good. And we just want to stay with the facts and the truth, not have a propaganda show. And that's what Mr. Cedric is all about. And I'm just very sad he discontinued the wonderful bus line to Carmel Valley. That was so wrong. It made it so inconvenient. Again, it was running for like 30 years, and now it doesn't go. You have to wait in the cold and everything like that to get to the. If you want to go to Carmel Valley, you make a transfer. I'm just very disappointed. Of course, you're all going to give him the award. Of course, you're as predictable as the Republicans are when they're going to support Trump, no matter what he does. You're just different, but you're predictable. And he doesn't deserve it. He's making more money than the Congress people and the senators and the vice president. He ought to be doing a better job. And I'm sorry if I'm hurting his feelings, but God, we got to be honest. Maybe you don't like that. You're all part of the club, but you don't like us saying it.
All right, our other speaker is another telephone caller. I believe it is Ms. Moffett.
Yes, I'm timing myself. Lorna Moffett here. I regret I cannot applaud Carl Cedric for improving mass transit in our area. I began using MST in 1994, and since that time, I have watched the MST transit lines plummet in its service. The transfer requires people, including elders, to stand in the cold, dark rain, sometimes missing the bus because the bus meant to meet the transfer bus was late, and the transfer bus had to move on as scheduled, therefore leaving you another hour in the dark. I've been left on Carmel Valley Road with no ride to Monterey because the taxi service no longer goes to the Carmel Valley Village. I can't afford Uber, and Mr. Cedric has a salary of over $250,000 a year. You would think that he could at least complement one with some kind of taxi fare reimbursement, but the reimbursement process in itself is very, very difficult and time consuming. The care of its citizens is indifferent. Mr. Cedric is unreachable, too lofty to return calls from distraught citizens, such as myself, needing to complain. I've asked him to restore bus line 24 from the plaza to Carmel Valley Village in one swoop, as it used to do, without transfer interruption. And of course, I met with silence. He's promoted the surf project, which is disastrous and destructive and destroys any possibility of bringing the train back, even though they promise that eventually they will remove the cement to restore the line. So, he is not a man of honorable intention for bringing good mass transit to our area. And I feel that, as Mr. Rosen has expressed, it's just a club. None of you seem really interested in global warming or improving things. You just pat each other on the back and give each other lots of money. And, we need you to change. We need you to do the right thing. So I hope there's going to be someone better than Mr. Cedric that comes along and improves our mass transit. And it used to be a wonderful line there that was the Grape Line, and it took many, many people, and now the buses are empty. Thank you.
All right. And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Look, some of the public comment here is it's attacking the council for recognizing somebody who's served our community and relating us to an administration that I agree is probably a little bit extreme and is stoking a lot of fear and increasing extremism in our community and divisiveness. But it's interesting that you make those comments and the comments are exactly that. I mean, there's a human being that has done a great job running an organization that you may disagree with how things have been done, and we can't find a positive way of sending him off. I'm sorry that you had to listen to that. We can disagree on some areas, but I don't think that takes away from your service. And I know that you know this, but it just further validates the point that I was making earlier. In public service, particularly staff, have to deal with things that they shouldn't have to. It's part of the process, and you all recognize this, and you're sitting there with a smile on your face, which makes me want to commend you even more. So honestly, thank you, Carl, for your years of service. And I'm wishing you all the best as you move forward. Yeah, let's give it up for him. Thanks, Carl. All right, we're going to get some positive vibes out there today. Woo, let's go. All right. With that, we will move.
Yes.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I'll make the motion.
Walked out.
I'll make the motion that we celebrate with Carl today and act in an affirmative vote for agenda item 3 in the declaration to honor 25 years of great service.
Well said.
Carl Sador.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit jittery today. I had 2 cups of coffee. Usually my limit is 1. And I went in for the second one today and I probably shouldn't have. So
It's called wax on, wax.
all right, we'll move on to item number 13. that was also pulled from consent, which is to authorize the city manager to enter into a new agreement to provide fire and ambulance services to the city of Carmel by the Sea and amend the FY 25-26 position control list and FY 25-26 adopted budget. So with that, pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I ask council, are there any questions about that?
Yes, I just have one question. I'm trying to.
Sorry, real quick.
Yes.
Could you just give a brief presentation before we take questions, just so that the public has some general understanding? And
Yeah, I asked the fire chief, who is the person in charge of that, to give us a very, very brief presentation as the time is progressing.
Okay, you've given me a difficult task. First of all, thank you, Mayor and Council, for bringing this to the community's attention. It is kind of hard to do a really short couple words on this because it's a pretty comprehensive thing that we're doing. But just remind you, this is something that we've done before. We're really good at it. We've been doing this since 2008 with our initial shared service contract with Pacific Grove. Just that was a little bit of the background. Last year, when I came back in 2012, actually going back a little further, when we did the original fire contract with Carmel by the Sea, the ambulance contract was supposed to have been a part of that. But at the time, Carmel wasn't quite ready because they wanted to see how the fire service agreement would work. And then it was supposed to transition to include both the fire and the ambulance. They all work out of the same firehouse. So coming back, my Chief Miller 2.0, I was surprised to see that the ambulance hadn't been part of the system yet. So I had discussions with city manager's office and with Carmel by the Sea, and they asked if we would be willing to take this on. And I said, absolutely, which brings us here to today. So it's just a staffing, basically the agreement is just for us to staff the Carmel Fire Ambulance. We were bringing on 4 of their firefighter paramedics. There's a total of 6, but they're understaffed by 2. So we create 6 new positions in the city of Monterey to fill those positions. Monterey labor organizations have been fully engaged, and we've met and conferred with both the Monterey Firefighters Association and the Monterey Fire Chiefs Association. And I want to commend them for that. They made it really easy. They're in full support of this, and they've asked for nothing in return. Current revenues, the fiscal implications on this, our current contract with the Carmel totals for $3.43 million. That includes fire and a very small portion for the ambulance administration. The proposed contract jumps up to $5.55 million, and that increases the fire contract from $26,000 to $2.14 million. The new proposed ambulance contract covers all direct and indirect costs. It includes a 16% administrative fee that's based on the Baker Tilly study, which this council had done to make sure we're getting full reimbursement for these contracts. Carmel will be responsible for all the startup costs, total approximately. So just to give you a quick understanding, out of all of our contracts, if this goes through, the fire department's doing about $11 million plus worth of contracts per year for shared fire services in all the communities that we serve. About $2 million of that is unencumbered. So that means that money comes back to you to go back in the general fund to help offset Monterey's fire service costs. Put that in perspective, in 5 years, that's $10 million. In 10 years, that's $20 million. That's what these contracts bring to the city of Monterey and bring to us to be able to offset our costs. Monterey will provide the full advanced life support, fire, ambulance, emergency response staffing, full ambulance administrative support, training, and records reporting. Carmel will retain billing and revenue collection for their ambulance. Carmel will continue to own and maintain station vehicles and equipment. It's a 5-year term with an automatic renewal in 5 years, 12 months notice to get out of it, but there is a way for either may terminate the fire and or ambulance services independently if need be. Big questions that come up a lot are workers' comp and PERS responsibilities. Well, we've dealt with these with all of our contracts. And to kind of make it simple, is Carmel will be responsible for all workers' comp and PERS liabilities for employees prior to transfer to Monterey. Monterey will be responsible for all workers' comp and PERS liabilities for employees post-employment transfer to Monterey. Monterey will recover costs through a 100% fully burdened employment reimbursement. This agreement, it just finalizes the Carmel Fire and Ambulance Service into the Monterey Carmel Shared Service Model, which we've been doing since 2012, creates fiscal efficiencies for both cities, increases regional efficiency and resilience, and continues our progress towards regional services and potentially a joint powers authority model in the future. It's kind of been our trajectory this whole time since 2008. With that, I just want to first, I want to thank the fire department staff for doing all the hard work behind this to make this a reality. You know, in the past, all of these things have been done with consultants. We took this upon ourselves to do the work, and everybody stepped up from the administrative staff to command staff. And I also want to thank Carmel, the city council, who unanimously voted to move this forward. And we went to the Carmel Council to do the same type of a presentation. Only public comments we received from the Carmel citizens were that this is the right thing to do, and they're extremely happy with the fire protection services that we've been providing them since 2012. That concludes my presentation, and I'm here for questions if you should have any.
Thank you, Chief Miller. That was very comprehensive and it was much appreciated. I know that it's a lot of information and there's probably more that you could provide,
Yes.
but
Speak for a long time on it.
Councilmember Smith, I know you had a question.
No, and I think he answered it, putting together what he was saying and reading the whereases. And I just was trying to understand the math because we're midstream, we're adjusting our current
Yeah.
budget. So that adjustment to the current budget we've already approved, that answers that. Fully understand it, fully support it.
Thank you.
And I just have this internal rule that when I start saying yes to $2 million or $3 million, I want to see it.
Yeah.
And I mean, you've done a lot of work and I think your presentation was spot on and that's all I needed.
Okay.
And I have no other questions, man.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Any other questions from the council? Okay, with that, we will take it out to the public. Folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I will ask for public commenters in the chamber. So I see one hand up and one person standing. Anybody else in the chamber outside of those two folks? All right, so we'll go and cut it off in the chamber to those two, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have nobody on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and start in the chamber.
Just about, and this might be off topic, so cut me off if I'm wrong, but I actually bringing up the ambulance and fire services and helping Carmel by the Sea. I also work at a restaurant in Carmel by the Sea, and I don't know if you guys heard about the 13-year-old that got like attacked, and she ended up actually hurting the perpetrator who was trying to hurt her. It just brought up a concern for me about like women's safety and possible the city being able to provide services around there to help keep the community safer. And then more along the lines of Monterey too. I know it's a little off topic, but I asked the police department, there's no really programs or classes on like women's safety or how to like kind of protect ourselves. So that just kind of made me think of that. But sorry if that's kind of off topic.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you for your public comments.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, city staff, my name is Ross Pounds. I'm the president of the Monterey Firefighters Association. And on behalf of the men and women of the Monterey Fire Department, who not only serve the city of Monterey, but Sand City, La Mesa Village, Carmel by the Sea, Pacific Grove, and the airport, we enthusiastically support this merger. This has been a long time coming, and it's been in the works for some time. As you just heard, the city of Monterey has been providing fire services since 2012. And so we've been serving with the Carmel Fire Ambulance employees since then. We've been responding to calls together, we train together, and we live together. So we've been living together for 13 years. It's time to make this official. And we appreciate your support and just wanted to express our support for this merger. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you, Ross, for helping to validate the support. I'm confident that the council here in a second is going to be unanimously approving this item, but I appreciate Councilmember Smith pulling it because I do think it was helpful to give this information to the public in a more transparent way than just getting approved on the consent. And then for our new member of the City of Monterey family, I hear your concerns as it relates to women's safety, and I'd be happy to engage in a deeper conversation with you about that and see where there are opportunities. And I'm sure that our public safety officials would also be open to hearing from you in regards to some ideas that you might have in that space. With that, I will go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion on the council? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we will go to our public appearance item on the agenda, which is item number 15. It's a proclamation apologizing to the Dutra Street Indigenous residents and their descendants in Monterey in acknowledgement of historic injustices towards Native American populations. That I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. This item was in front of you 2 weeks ago. At that time, we asked that it would be continued to today because we wanted to use the opportunity and the time to further fine tune the resolution. This item was brought forward to you by members of the public in May last year, and it was explaining the circumstances of the living conditions on Dutra Street when the city of Monterey in the 50s, through an approved voters measure, forced residents there to give up their homes and move out of the area. As part of that, a lot of folks were relocated, among them indigenous people that had been living on the peninsula for thousands of years. And so the resolution that is in front of you and that we all collaborated on is using this knowledge that we received last year to provide an apology to the indigenous people living on Dutra Street. And with that, I think I'm happy to report that we have found, I think, the appropriate words to acknowledge those historic circumstances, and they are expressed in the present revised resolution in front of you.
Okay, thank you, Hans. Open up to the council for questions to staff on this item.
Question.
Please.
Do we have an actual proclamation that is attached to this agenda item? And is that something that you're going to read tonight?
I can absolutely read it. Yes. So just bear with me here. It's 2 pages. It's a little bit longer than proclamations that I normally read. So proclamation apologizing to the Dutra Street Indigenous residents and their descendants in Monterey in acknowledgement of historic injustices towards Native American populations. Whereas prior to the Spanish colonization beginning in 1769, the indigenous tribes have lived on their ancestral lands for thousands of years. Whereas during the Spanish colonial period beginning in 1770, the California missions were to covert indigenous populations within 10 years and return land and resources to the indigenous populations with indigenous families directly affected. Whereas during the Mexican period beginning in 1821, lands that had been previously recognized for indigenous families were deeded as ranchos to large land grants across California for Mexican and California families. Whereas the United States and Mexico signed the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, ceding land to the United States and identifying boundaries and extended property and civil rights of Mexican nationals in California. Whereas in 1849, California State Constitutional Convention excluded indigenous populations from citizenship or the right to vote. Whereas in 1850, the state of California's Act of Government and Protection of Indigenous removed the legal rights for California Indians to represent themselves or be witness at court, be arrested for vagrancy, and allowed any white person to pay the bond for an incarcerated indigenous person in return be compelled to indentured labor, whereas the state of California's Act of Government for the Government and Protection of Indigenous removed the rights of indigenous families and facilitated removal from their homeland by allowing any white person to contact a justice of the peace to obtain Indian children for indenture or to remove Indians from land in a white person's possession. Whereas during the gold rush, the United States government authorized a special commission to cede land to the United States in exchange for compensation and reservation land. These 1851 to 1852 treaties by the United States government were unratified by the United States Senate and placed in an injunction of secrecy, leaving native land titles unrecognized. Whereas the old Monterey jail holds justice and incarceration records for indigenous men being bonded for labor. Whereas on June 2nd, 1924, the United States Congress enacted the Indian Citizenship Act, which finally allowed Indigenous First Peoples the right to vote. Whereas the California Act of Government and Protection of Indians was not fully repealed until 1937. Whereas the institutional and legislative barriers led to Indigenous families identifying publicly as Mexican to assess the same rights as their community. Whereas villages of Indigenous families continue to live in Monterey and contribute to the complex history of our city. Whereas on Dutra Street, there was the last Indigenous village where 5 to 7 Indigenous extended families have lived on land owned by several Indigenous landowners since the beginning of the 20th century or earlier. And whereas through the years, Dutra Street was home to workers who had helped to build Monterey, consultants to anthropologists, and visited by other important guests such as John Steinbeck. And whereas comments from the staff and city council members at time reveal racism and classism, and whereas the construction of the Monterey Police and Fire Department's public safety complex at Dutra, Madison, and Pacific Street led to use of eminent domain and the removal of these family networks, whereas there was no other land designated for Dutra Street residents, and they were left to disperse throughout the area, making transmission of cultural traditions and gathering of the tribe extremely difficult. And whereas the village of residents were dispersed after the use of eminent domain of the property at Dutra, Madison, and Pacific Street, and whose compensation may have fallen short. Whereas despite these challenges, the Indigenous families of Monterey continue to live and contribute to the Monterey community today in their ancestral lands. And whereas cultural barrier Isabel Meadows and descendants of Tomas Torres and Salvador Mukahi, among other, continued their oral traditions and cultural traditions of the Indigenous community, whereas the city of Monterey recognizes the Monterey region as the ancestral home of the Indigenous peoples. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, apologizing to the Dutra Street Indigenous residents and their descendants in Monterey, and acknowledge historic injustices towards Native American populations. Thank you. Any other questions on the council?
Just one quick comment.
Maybe we can save the comment
yes, there may
for
be some other
afterwards.
things.
Yeah, and that way we can make sure we incorporate that public feedback as well into those comments. All right, with that, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment on this item. So for folks on Zoom, if you can use the raise hand function. And in the meantime, I'll check with folks in the chamber. If anybody in the chamber wishes to speak on this item, I just ask that you stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. Just give me 1 second here while we finish the identification point. So we have 4 folks. Is there anybody else that's still sitting that I'm not seeing that has their hand up? All right, so we'll go ahead and cut it off in the chamber to the 4 folks, and we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 folks on Zoom, so we'll go ahead and give the 3 minutes. Please, sir, all yours.
Yeah, hi, Council and Mayor. First of all, I want to thank you guys for even considering this. I think it's great. And next, I wanted to explain this at the last meeting, but I didn't have time. But it's just for the Indigenous families that lived on Dutra Street. You're not apologizing to the whole Indian tribe or anything like that. And so I just want to make that clear. We were displaced from our homes back in 1957. My mom, my dad, and I, and my sister, and my brother, we lived up on Deer Flats for 2 weeks for my dad to find a house. And, he finally did. But you'd think the city would have been more considerate and, in finding a place for us. But anyway, it was a hardship. It really was. Dutra Street was such a fun place. I'm telling you, you guys would have had a ball on Dutra Street. But anyway, again, I can't thank you guys enough. You're doing a great job, and I, for one, will never forget it. And Hans has been a great help for us, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Please.
My name is Karen Brown, and I live in New Monterey. And I wanted to thank you on behalf of non-Indigenous people for taking away some of the guilt that is there, making it easier to sleep at night. And I hope that you would feel that too. The people who represented the citizens of Monterey at that time did things which were shameful, who spoke in ways which were shameful. And you, representing the citizens of Monterey now, have reacted in a more positive way. It's taken over a year, and yet I feel so happy about it that I thought about having a party. And then I thought about having something more like a funeral. So I think a celebration of life that we sometimes call, a funeral is a good thing because everybody's life can be better and we're remembering the ancestors in those times. Some of the words aren't the specific words that I would use. Nevertheless, we did get a chance because you postponed it to be involved, and that's really helpful and made a big difference. And I really feel like you are spreading the real history of our town by doing this. There are many things that I would like to say, but you know what? You're going to continue to see me because I don't consider the campaign quite finished. I know that we still hope to get a plaque in the area which first drew my attention to. I heard that you were going to build housing behind us here on Dutra Street. And I said, whoa, I know that name. And I began to act. And that was because I had read the book, Bad Indians, which I recommend to everyone. I did a lot of research, including in our California History Room. I recommend that to everyone as well. And including the works done on behalf of One Tribe by Philip Laverty. I've learned, it's over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, my name is Ann Jacobson, and I was here probably whatever it was, 13, 14 months ago when Karen Brown invited me to come and help support this effort. And it's the first time I've ever done anything involved with the city or coming to a city council meeting or anything like that. And I just wanted to thank you all so much for moving it forward. I remember when Kim Barber said she would propose it as a agenda item. And it's just been really gratifying to see you all take it so seriously with such a nice outcome. And as Karen said, I guess there's possibly more to be done, but makes me feel good about the city of Monterey and being a part of it. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council members, city staff, Philip Laverty, Carmel Valley resident, cultural anthropologist. I've made a number of public comments concerning this issue, and I really today, I don't want to belabor anything. I just wanted to sincerely thank you all for considering this resolution and for looking into the issue. I want to thank Brian Edwards and his staff for doing additional research to flesh out what actually transpired on Dutra Street. It was sociologically incredibly significant that there was a face-to-face neighborhood of multiple families that lived here in downtown Monterey up until the 1950s. And of course, consequentially tragic as well that they were displaced.
when I began graduate school in 1996, I met Mr. Rosales, and one of the first things that he began talking to me about was the significance of Dutra Street, how he had grown up there, and what Monterey was like when he was a young man growing up, a child growing up here. I wanted to acknowledge Babette McDonald Torres, who is also here with us today. She was a resident of Dutra Street as well. So not only Rudy Rosales, but Babette McDonald is here with us today. I really just deeply want to thank you, especially in the political climate today. Thank you, Dr. Barber, for taking this up as well. I think truth and reconciliation is important. We need to understand history to understand the present, and to make a better future, and having a reckoning with what actually transpired historically is critically important to moving ahead as a community. And in particular, I wanted to thank Hans. He's been really fabulous to work with. In terms of just communication, coordination, openness, and transparency to working with us on this project. So thank you very much, Hans. Thank you all very much.
All right, and with that, we'll go to our public commenters on Zoom.
First, we have our telephone caller with the last three digits, 902. Go ahead, please.
This is Nina Beatty. I'm glad this is being taken tonight. An apology is a first step. It's long overdue. Some of the language in the report and proclamation disregards historical facts, however. Narrative and arrival of Spanish colonialization are inaccurate and demeaning language. Spain illegally invaded California and this region and imposed its will and rule in concert with the Catholic Church on this already occupied land. That illegal act devastated the free people of this area. Freedom was stripped from them. No mention is made in the report or declaration of the enslavement and imprisonment of indigenous people in the missions from the outset. People were beaten, starved, and killed if they did not comply. The children were sexually trafficked in the mission. The Spanish military raped women and children, which is why the mission was moved to Carmel from Monterey, which only somewhat lessened it. The people could not live on their homeland. Monterey leaders celebrated this day of invasion and illegal seizure and slavery last weekend. No mention of the genocide here in this report under the California and American government. Though the information includes is shocking, whitewashing, I'm afraid, continues. And I hope that Monterey will be giving this report the information it does contain, augmenting it with more factual information, such as from the textbook A Cross of Thorns by Elias Castillo, who is an investigative journalist. What can be done further to memorialize and recognize what happened here, and make long overdue amends to it? That is the next step. What next steps is Monterey going to take to address what was done here, to put it in its actual historical context rather than the whitewashing that's been historically in Monterey. So thank you for taking this first step. Let's move further. Thank you.
Next speaker is Tom.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff. I think this is a very, very good move that you're making here. I know that words don't make everything right, but it's a good gesture. I think, though, that we also need to do a better job of telling about the Native Americans' story in this region. And to that end, I've turned in an NIP project for a public art mural or some kind of way of telling their story in a very open and public place. The way I've currently got it drafted doesn't explicitly say that, but I'm going to re-describe it so that it does say that. And specifically, I think a good location for such a thing would be on the recreation trail, since that's one of the most significant places along Lighthouse Curve. And actually, years ago, when the Sarah Landing mural went up, I myself was a little bit offended by it because I thought, well, okay, granted, it is Sarah's Landing, but it also happens to be the place that was, I'm sure, hallowed ground by the indigenous peoples who lived in this region. So I applaud you. Thank you very much for this. It shows great leadership, and carry on. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for all those that contributed. I'll open it up to the council for comments. Please.
I tried to get your names correct and I apologize because I'm going to butcher a couple of them, I'm sure, but to Ms. Brown and to Ms. Jacobson, to Mr. Lafferty. To Ms. McDonald Torres, Mr. Regulus, thank you for expressing your feelings about the Indigenous people and representing them so well. And you are more than gracious about this topic. And it is time. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean, for sharing those comments. Please.
Thank you. So first, I want to appreciate and acknowledge the conversations around this very specific topic. And I think I want to focus some attention on the comments that were made in terms of a broader conversation that still needs to happen in terms of what it means and what it means to be living here and enjoying everything that we have around us, knowing that this belonged to Native people that cared for it, that protected it, and that cherished it. Not to diminish what we're talking about here specific to Dutra Street, but I think there's a need for a broader conversation about the acknowledgement, the land acknowledgement, not only for the city of Monterey, but where all our cities in this region and the state and throughout the country, where our cities sit. That used to be a place that was cherished and protected by native peoples, and I try to correlate my experience also. My parents were originally from Guatemala, so I know that I am descendant of the Mayan culture and Mayan civilization. I also acknowledge that with my last name Garcia, I embody that clash that we're talking about here, and I feel that hurt. So I understand where when we're talking about native lands and how they were abruptly taken from our peoples. I understand that pain, and I think that's why it's necessary to elevate that conversation to a broader context in terms where all our cities sit in current times. So going back to the original point, thank you so much for raising this conversation, for bringing it to the council's attention, and I look forward to further conversations. Thank you.
Please.
So I'm very grateful to see this happening today for the city of Monterey and this council specifically taking this step, the first step, to be able to identify and acknowledge some of the historical wrongs that have been done. And I think it's very important. It's an important step, and it's a step in the right direction. And I hope that we can do more of this as we move forward to be able to acknowledge what the historical wrongs have been so that we can continue to do it the Monterey way, the correct way, as we're doing it right now today. So we appreciate you. We acknowledge, we thank you for being patient, because you've been patient in getting this done. Thank you.
No, Dr. Barber. All right, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, thank you for all of you that came tonight to be able to represent others that could be here and to put the faces to a proclamation that says that we acknowledge the sins of the past by those that we're not related to them. We weren't here, although we have to recognize that there is inherently a responsibility that we have, that we are careful to manage what we do, to lead here, and to manage the resources we have here with a high level of sensitivity, that we know that our land here in Monterey is hallowed ground for the previous generations that were here of every ethnic background. But the first people that were here, we acknowledge that they have a special place and a special previous ownership that was here. And I'm so glad that Rudy, you explained what this proclamation really is about. Focused on the Dutra mistake, the mistreatment. And I've seen you for years. I've seen you around for years. And I so respect the fact that you've never forgotten where you came from and never forgotten how to express how important it is. And I appreciate all of the efforts by all of you that have kept this important and relevant. I'm sorry it's taken so long. As we all know, government sometimes every other Tuesday, 18 or 19 agenda items. We don't move very fast. But hopefully when we do move, we do it right. And tonight we apologize for our past, and this proclamation speaks for this whole council. And we appreciate your patience. And with respect, we respect Dutra, and we respect the grounds that this city hall, campus, police department, fire department, Department of Recreation, and all the other services that happen here in your former front yard and background, I should say, that we respect the place that all of our employees, and Dutra does have a special place for all of us. Thank you.
Well, thank you to my colleagues for offering words of support and obviously the emotion that goes along with the work or the step that we're taking as a city today. I want to start with an additional positive by thanking Hans for working diligently with the team of folks in the community that helped come up with the draft proclamation that we have in front of us today. I'm trying to avoid making this too political, but it's interesting to look at how the land is being exploited today in Monterey to support a hospitality industry that we depend on to support all the programs that we have on this native land. So how do we reconcile that? I think is a question that we need to dig deeper on and address. I'm looking outside of the front door entrance of the council chambers, and I'm seeing the beautiful view of the mountain range in the distance. We live in a very beautiful place, and a lot of folks come here and appreciate Monterey, the Monterey Peninsula, because of the natural beauty that exists here. I mean, that's probably one of the most significant reasons why people come and visit us here on the Central Coast. And so I think we need to do a better job of making sure that we're telling that story and that history. And to make this a little bit personal, maybe somewhat of a similar way that Councilmember Garcia did, my father's mother is half Choctaw Indian, and a big part of, not to go into all of my background, but probably the largest part of me is a descendant of African-American slave community. And I think the thing that caused my grandmother's parents a African American and a Native American to form that relationship was that shared experience that the two communities had then and somewhat similarly now. And one thing that resonates for me as I think about the historical wrongs that exist in this space is how challenging it is to do research and understand the ancestral connections that can't be shared in the same way that I think often happens in white America. And that feeling of unknown, of a connection to the past, and not having being able to fully appreciate that is hard. It's hard for a descendant of folks from that community and living with that today. And I think it speaks to in a large way of how we're still dealing with these historical wrongs that need to be addressed. So I'm deeply thankful in a personal way for the city of Monterey taking this step. And even though we may not have heard public comment today around people pushing back around this idea of us taking this step, this action, rest assured, there are people out there in our community that are in disagreement with us taking this type of action. I mean, it's a real thing. And so I think that this is a first step. This is a symbolic step. And we have to do a lot of work to make sure that we're continuing putting our actions where our words are. And it's an interesting, delicate balance that we have to play because it goes into the need for us to lean in and ensure that we're being mindful and respectful of the tribal community and what their needs are and how they see how this needs to be addressed, but also not overly burdening that community and putting all the work on them because we have to be mindful that they're not the ones that created this situation. So how do we dance that delicate balance? I think, again, this is a first step. I agree with Councilmember Garcia. I would love to see a next step go into how do we address land acknowledgement in the city of Monterey. And I know that there's a whole process that goes along with that to make sure that we're doing that in the appropriate way and meeting that standard and expectation that the Native community, the Indigenous community expects with our utilization of land acknowledgement. There's economic support and what does that look like? There's data equity reviews. There's a lot of things that we can do to take action on. And I just hope that we all can recognize that this is a first step towards more action as we move forward. And I'm just going to make one final point as I wrap up my comments here. And just for something for council's consideration, I know that there's been a particular focus on Dutra Street, but I want to be mindful of Indigenous communities beyond just Dutra Street in our apology here. So I don't want to necessarily wordsmith this to death right now, maybe give some general direction to staff, but how can we maybe change the therefore it be resolved clause, the last paragraph of the proclamation, to do the apology to the Indigenous residents and their descendants in Monterey. And we can maybe say in particular Dutra Street to maybe give special emphasis there. But I think making sure that we do a broader apology might be an important thing to make sure that we're giving the apology for the entire city of Monterey. So I just open that up to the council and
I would just say that I think that the proclamation that we've agendized and recognized is the focus of it's the apology of what happened on Dutra Street. I think that there's some opportunity in the future. It's already been stated by the guests tonight that they want to look at additional ways to recognize the Indigenous folks, indigenous people, that maybe that's the time when it expands beyond the Dutra apology. I think it'd be very difficult to take this up and start to wordsmith this and change it. And then we've really excluded a wider community because we focused on the folks that had the history about Dutra. But I think that would be a whole nother difficult walk of trying to write something tonight and expand it to be citywide, because we haven't reached out. We haven't spoken to many other people that have many other experiences in other parts of the community. But I think tonight's about Dutra Street.
We have something to approve here, so
I'll make a motion. We're ready? Okay, I'll make a motion that we accept the agenda report, which includes a proclamation where the city tonight apologies to the past behavior as it's focused on the experiences of what happened to the residents of Dutra Street, and certainly the areas around the city campus that involved around the life of Dutra Street. We accept the proclamation as it's been written tonight.
Second.
all right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments from the council before we close this out? Okay, I just wanted to end with another public gratitude and appreciation for all those that contributed and collaborated with staff on getting us here today. I know the conversations can sometimes be difficult, and just a lot of appreciation for your willingness to engage with us on it. All right, with that, I'll go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And with that, we're going to go ahead and reset. Yeah. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and recess, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock for our evening session. Thank you, everybody. Meeting today, Tuesday, June 17th, 2025. I will ask Councilmember Rash to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gene. So I just wanted to reiterate a comment that I made from this afternoon session. Item 19 on the agenda, which is to change the rental, make the changes to the rental assistance program. Staff has asked us to continue that to August 5th council meeting. So I would offer for folks that are here to speak to that, just to kind of give you a heads up about what that looks like moving ahead here. And give me 1 second. I just need to look at something on the agenda. Staff, would you be okay if we moved item 18 up for our first item in the evening session? Would that be okay?
Yes. Clementine? Yes, we are.
All right, perfect. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our public appearance item first, item number 18. Or is council good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Provide. Are you good? Okay. Making sure I'm doing everything right here. Provide direction on 1, the process for appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. 2, whether to combine the Architecture Review Committee with the Planning Commission. And 3, whether to combine the Historic Preservation Commission with the Museums and Cultural Arts Commission. This item was tabled from the May 28th, 2025 meeting. So with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our city clerk will present to you the highlights of that agenda report.
Highlights. Hi, Mayor and Council. I'm your city clerk, Clementine Bonner-Klein, and I'm going to be talking to you about the boards and commissions appointments process and the potential combination of a few of those bodies that we outlined in the agenda report. So I'll go over a brief background, some appointments process options for you to consider, the potential combination of those certain boards and commissions, the neighborhood association's role in all of this, as well as our recommendations and next steps. So as background, Councilmember Rash in February 2025 followed the council's process to agendize a discussion about the boards and commissions appointments process. She requested that there be more council involvement in the interviews, more public participation, and said that the neighborhood associations should have access to the NCIP commission applications, NCIP committee applications, and be asked for input on those appointments. And our current appointment process, as you know, is that the mayor interviews and nominates, and then the council makes the appointment. The full council makes the appointment. So the interviews and nominations part, the council has discretion over that step. The council cannot change the fact of the full council appointing because that's a charter requirement. And the concerns that were raised about this process are a potential lack of transparency and the limited involvement of council and public in the interviews and nominations part. And so when tasked to bring this to the council, I did some research and found that I contacted 102 California cities and found many assorted practices. You could almost come up with anything, and probably somebody is doing it. Some of these were numerous versions of subcommittees or sometimes based on districts that people were interviewing and nominating. But in the majority of cities that I researched, the candidates are interviewed by the full council, which I thought was interesting. I didn't know that that was so common. So the options that I presented for you, option A would be sticking with the current policy. And I wanted to note that we began this current policy in June of 2019. Going away from holding public subcommittee meetings, and at the time the council described that as for reasons of efficiency. We did receive some letters, and one letter in favor was from an NCIP member. We got 7 letters in opposition to the current policy that did not specify another preferred option. They just would like to see more transparency with the process. And then I did collect how many people were in favor of the other options, and I'll go over those as I get to them. Option B would be the full council performing the interviews and appointments. in a public meeting. This is the most common practice, as I mentioned. And the pros of this would be full transparency and public participation. And the meetings are already scheduled. And from my perspective in the clerk's office, it's sometimes the scheduling part is part of the hardest part of getting any of these going, especially when I think back when we had subcommittees. It might sound like that part would be easy. It is a little less easy than you might think. Everyone's pretty busy. For option B, we received 4 letters that were in favor of this for all bodies. And then 1 letter said they were in favor of doing the full council interviewing for NCIP only. Option C would be to have a subcommittee doing the interviews and nominations part, followed by this full council still making the appointments. This would also provide full transparency and public participation. It does have the downside that I mentioned of scheduling being pretty challenging sometimes, as well as holding more public meetings that weren't already going to be on the books can consume additional staff administrative resources, which are sometimes in short supply. And I mentioned that we used to do it this way. We did it from 2015 to 2019. And compared with that time period, I think we would see that our budget and staffing is more challenging now than it was when we were doing it that way. We got 3 letters that were in favor of doing it this way for all bodies. 2 of them, I would say, didn't distinguish any particular advantages over this versus the full council. They were just wanting the transparency. And then we did have 1 letter in favor for just the non-NCIP bodies. Moving on to option C and D, I called it, was going to include the standing subcommittee interviews and nominations in a public meeting for every member, every board except for NCIP, but then for NCIP having specific NCIP subcommittees that would interview and nominate for the NCIP positions. And part of the request there that we got from some of the neighborhood presidents was to that the districted council members would serve on the subcommittee for the NCIP application processes that are within their district. And so that would essentially require up to 4 different subcommittees, for depending on which seats were vacant. This is supported by Councilmember Rash and some of the neighborhood association presidents who sent us an attachment about that is in the packet. I did want to point out that was before the full council option was presented as an option, I think, and I'm not sure. I would be curious to know what the preference would be there if they were choosing between the 2. Also, I think it would get a little complex with all the different variations of that subcommittee and would take more additional meetings and staff resources. We didn't get any letters for or against that option. Option E was that there would be an advisory body, that the advisory body with the vacancy would conduct the interviews and nominations. We didn't get any letters for or against that one either. Option F was for individual council members to nominate, and no letters for or against that either. So moving on, the potential consolidation of some of the bodies. This came up because there are some administrative inefficiencies, delays, and challenges that we run into with running multiple meetings and different bodies being required for different steps of project approvals. And I learned from our community development director, Kim Cole, that there are many pro-housing state laws that are starting to require standards that can be just checked against a checklist. They don't require a lot of interpretation. It's just, does it do this? Yes or no? And that may eliminate some of the need for some of the review that we've been providing. It's also challenging to have the recruitment and retention as well as quorum concerns. And just bottom line is each additional body that we have does require significant time and commitment, and maybe that it's taking that time and commitment when staff could be working on other priority projects. So the ideas that were brought forward were to combine the ARC, which is our Architectural Review Committee, and the Planning Commission. And interestingly, the chair of the ARC supports this. One of our Planning Commission members supports it, and another boarding commission member supports it. We had 3 letters against this. One of them was citing that there wouldn't be a way to appeal, but in our city code, there would still be a way to appeal administrative decisions. And then we also discussed the idea of combining the Museums and Cultural Arts Commission and the Historic Preservation Commission. And with the idea that there's a fair amount of overlap maybe of what they do. And we received 3 letters not approving of that. Let's see. Lastly, the neighborhood associations and their involvement. We did want to point out that the neighborhood associations are not official city bodies, and transparency and access are not consistent across all of these organizations. So some of them may be very open, not charge fees to participate, and that is not true for all of them. We already provide public access to applications as soon as they're received. You can see the link on our boards and commissions website. So everybody already has the ability to access those. And so the bottom line is that in staff's perspective, that neighborhood association members have the same access as any other resident to our process, whatever the process is. And hope I've been brief enough for this presentation. We would request that if you would like to, that you choose an appointment option from the ones presented, and also determine whether you're interested in consolidating the boards that were presented as an opportunity there. And then based on your direction, we would bring it back with the appropriate documents for you to adopt. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. That was very thorough and detailed. Open up to the council for questions. Please, Councilor Garcia. Yeah.
Thank you, Clementine, for the rundown there. And the question that I have, if you could maybe go a little bit more into detail about where the public has the opportunity from the very beginning, right, to get involved. So yeah.
With our current process?
Current process, yes.
With our current process, when we receive the application, we redact the personal contact information and we put it on that folder that I mentioned that's linked on our website. And then the mayor does conduct the interviews and gives us his nominations. And so that part the public would not be involved in, but it does get to be on the agenda, and the public could, well, at any time that they see the application, if they have a thought about it, they could email either the city clerk's office or the city council, or otherwise let us know their thoughts. And we would pass that along to the mayor if we received it and he didn't, for his nomination process. And then they also would have the ability to participate by giving comment when we do put the recommendation in the packet.
So to follow up on that, based on your experience, how active does that communication get once applications are posted and the community is able to see them and review them and provide comment?
I don't really recall receiving feedback on the ones that we put in that folder, maybe with the exception of when there was the idea to have the military neighborhoods, and there was an applicant there.
Is there an announcement that goes out? Hey, we have applications that have been submitted?
No, we announced that we have the opening, and we list the link for the applications as they come in.
Okay.
But we don't make an announcement each time we receive one.
Right. So I guess my question is that once the announcement goes out that applications are being accepted, then that's an opportunity for the public to keep an eye out for any applications that might come in so that they can review as they come in, right?
That's correct.
Because they come in sporadically.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Barber.
Thank you again. Just have a couple questions. So the 102 cities, they were cities in proximity in comparison with Monterey?
No, just cities. I believe we have about 400 something cities in the state. And so I had sent this survey out to the listserv of city clerks and got 102 responses. So they could be any cities.
Oh, okay.
Throughout the state.
Not necessary comparison. Okay. Second, I know you talked about the ARC and Planning Commission, that those entities were good about combining. What about the museum and cultural arts entities? Was there any questions to the chairs of those committees and those commissions and what was said by them?
I don't believe these were the chairs, but we did receive comments with concerns. So one of our Museums and Cultural Arts Commission members had a question about whether it would really save staff time. And if we wanted to go into that, I would bring some of our staff who work with those commissions to understand it a little bit better to answer that question. And he also asked how often did the Historic Preservation Commission meet last year, and I looked it up, and so they met 5 times, and the MCAC meets bi-monthly. So maybe in theory, if they were combined, maybe they would end up meeting every month. I don't know how often, but that's how it's been going. We also got a letter from an HPC member who expressed concerns about the dilution of individual expertise and about the HPC qualified member requirements from the state. So in order for the city to have a Historic Preservation Commission and be eligible to apply for certain grants, the membership of the Historic Preservation Commission has to meet certain requirements. And there is some information about that in the agenda report, but so I believe she was concerned if you narrowed it down and have only 7 members or so across both boards when they get combined, whether they would still be able to meet those requirements.
Okay.
And then one person who had an opposition based on just didn't want to combine any of the boards. They like things the way they are.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
So, but the chairs of those committees, not the ARC and planning, because I understand that, but of the museum and cultural arts and historical
Preservation.
and preservation, yeah, historical preservation, none of those chairs have been contacted to ask,
All of the members were contacted
Okay.
about this process.
but no type of response one way or the other.
I don't believe either of these are the chairs of these boards.
Okay,
We can check
That's
when we go
fine.
into public,
Yeah, I can wait.
have the opportunity.
I can
Okay.
wait. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a question, if you could tell us, the vacancies that are right now on ARC and planning,
Okay.
and then also on the museum versus the historical preservation. So get a sense of what vacancies are right now.
I was not prepared for that question. I would need to look it up. Nat, do you mind checking on our boards and commissions webpage? We have all the vacancies.
So maybe we can just continue our conversation and then at some point we can get those numbers.
Certainly.
That would be helpful.
Please, and I can answer the question really quickly right now. Currently vacancies, we have the ARC with 1 member that must be an architectural profession or competence that's desired but not required. The priority review on that is has passed. There's the Building and Housing Appeals Board with an alternate. NCIP has some vacancies. Planning Commission does have 1 new vacancy as well.
Okay, and again, that prompts a question on ARC. And when we advertise that a designer architect professional is preferred but not required.
That's what the code says for the Architectural Review Committee.
Okay. Desired but not required. And we have 1 vacancy on ARC.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Please, Councilman Rash.
Can you go over, please, Madam Clerk, the requirements for like HPC, the Historical Preservation Committee? Ms. Carol O'Neill, a commissioner, wrote and said, to maintain the city's certified local government status, a majority of the commissioners must be from qualified backgrounds. Is that accurate? And can you kind of go over what's required of that committee?
There's a number of, there's a certain number, I think it's 3, is it 3 that requires like a professional level of expertise in these matters, in related matters, cultural arts and history and architecture and all these different topics. And Kim, if I get anything wrong, please correct me. And then the others, they're supposed to have at least an expressed interest in those matters. But it's not as strict for the additional members.
And so does staff have an opinion about combining that with museums? I mean, do you have some advice in that area? Is it going to be hard to combine 2 committees with such precise demands and requirements?
I'll speak more broadly, and then if there's specific questions, we can ask other staff too. Staff's actually we are recommending this because we feel strongly that we can meet all of the legal requirements. We can continue to maintain effectiveness with both duties of planning commission as well as architectural review in that case, and then historic resources and museum cultural arts. based on need, based on community involvement and engagement, and also based on what we've been talking about for the last several months, the core principles of changing the way we do business, identifying different ways to manage staff resources and time, and but still maintain effective transparency and engagement.
Thank you. You answered the question well.
Do you have any other questions, Councilor Ritter? No. Okay, perfect. All right, with that, I don't have any questions, so we'll open it up for public comment. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. And for folks in the chamber, if you would be willing to stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand.
Bye. How much time? 2 minutes. You can't go home before less.
All right, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. I saw one hand raised. Anybody else that's sitting that wants to speak on this item? So we have 13 in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 10 on Zoom.
3 minutes were promised at the last council meeting.
We will do 3 minutes. All right, please.
If I could correct one thing, we did speak, the chairman of Cultural Arts did speak, and I spoke at the last meeting, and we continued it to this time. So I'm here again tonight. So good evening. I'm Renee Kimsey, Vice Chair of Museums and Cultural Arts MCAC, and I urge you not to combine MCAC with Historic Preservation Commission. We have a totally different focus and goals. At present, MCAC has 3 major goals: repairing and restoring Colton Hall, restarting the Colton Hall music events, and bringing Ricketts Lab into ADA compliance. The current commissioners represent over 200 years of experience living in and dedicated to Monterey. We need all hands on deck to achieve our goals. Therefore, I again urge you to reconsider the reduction, downsizing, or elimination of the individual commissions, which would certainly result in a marked decrease in the contributions they can make to the most historic city in California, Monterey. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Rick Hoyer. I'm a former Architectural Review Commissioner, former Planning Commissioner, former NCIP Commissioner, and I'm currently a Measure P&S. The irony is when I was on ARC, we had 5 members and no staff. So there are other ways of running these commissions than the staff-heavy approach that we've had for quite some time. I would just question whether or not it makes sense to combine those two until you have a full picture of what it is that needs to be done, staff level now based off of the new state laws, and also if and when we have water, the level of work those 2 commissions will be doing will grow exponentially. So I think if you're looking at the workload that's been current, that's not how it will be in the future, and you need to perhaps have a better picture on state regulation impacts and others before you make a decision. I think the key element that needs to happen tonight is to return public input into this process, and having the things available online to look at and then send in the letters very different than having open discussions and open interviews at a council level or at a publicly noticed subcommittee level. Right now, the general feeling is it is one person's appointment. It's a pre-done decision and so forth. That may or may not be accurate, but that is the public perception. I think as a city, we've prided ourselves in encouraging public participation to as wide an extent as possible. The current method of appointing to commissions does not encourage that public participation. And by combining commissions, you're actually limiting public participation by the people who have an opportunity to serve. But I think you should look at ways that encourage public involvement, not discourage them, as the current process does. Whether that's involvement with NCIP or neighborhood people involved. If they're part of a general subcommittee reviewing with others, that's part of a process that changes things. It's not the association doing, it's the individuals. But whether it's subcommittee or council, it should be interviews at a public forum. That's the way I went through the process for ARC and for Planning Commission years ago. And everyone can understand, and you get questioned in front of everyone and have to answer. Very public, it's very straightforward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. In keeping with the mayor's spirit of inclusivity, I'm hopeful that you will select option B regarding the appointment process for Monterey City boards, commissions, and committees. As noted in the agenda packet, this option provides full transparency and every member is equally involved in the process. The current process is a unilateral nomination by the mayor, and our elected council members appear to only have the role of rubber stamping and approval of a nominee, a decision in which they had no say. Option B has already been used by the city, and this process could easily be developed for future nominations of residents willing to serve on public boards. Currently, 51% of California cities use option B, which favors involvement of the council and members of the public in the governance of affairs of the city. I'm hopeful that you will consider the suggestions of the neighborhood associations and agree to a more inclusive, open, and transparent nomination process. Thank you.
Good evening, Lee Whitney from the Glenwood neighborhood. Way back when you all pulled and filed an application for council position and then went out and campaigned to hundreds of people, that was your interview. In November election, you were selected and you were told that you had won the position. It's the same procedure that we want as the citizens to serve on any board, commission, or committee to contribute to our great city. We fill out an application. We have an interview with one person. Wait a minute. Isn't this the country where the government is of the people, by the people, and for the people? I think Abe Lincoln mentioned that at Gettysburg, and it's been that way ever since. If we're going to serve our great city, no matter what board, commission, or committee, we feel we can contribute our talents and our energy, and we should be afforded the same interview procedure as you. Maybe not with lots of people, but more than one. Having others' inputs and questions gives a broader and a better insight for the person applying for the position, and more transparent. With proper scheduling, some Zooming, and lots of cooperation on both sides, this can be accomplished. What are you afraid of? Try it. You'll like it. Everyone can benefit from this procedure, and including our great city. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nikki Bach from NVNA, and I'm here to urge the council to vote to change the current process for appointing members to boards, committees, and commissions. I do so in the interest of transparency, providing multiple perspectives, and allowing citizens to participate actively in their local government. The current procedure of having the interview process in the hands of a single person has serious apparent negatives. It gives council a limited choice in the form of a fait accompli. It empowers cronyism versus merit. It's tainted by inherently discouraging different views and the voicing of concerns. It's understandably perceived as stacking the deck. It reduces input and concentrates power in the hands of one person. And that is a microcosm of what's happening in the federal level today. If council voted to change the current process to either option B or C, it would be voting for a process that's more positive and transparent than what's currently in place. Both options B and C allow for diverse perspectives throughout the decision-making process. They both avoid personal bias or the limited perspective of a single person. By reducing individual bias, they provide for more objective assessments of candidates' qualifications, thereby making a better selection. Both provide for different viewpoints and concerns to be raised early by colleagues and the public, thereby leading to more well-rounded decision-making. They're more inclusive and promote a more fair and objective decision-making process. Both allow council members to be more responsive to the citizens in their districts. They both avoid the current concentration of power that reduces input from other interested parties. Of the 102 cities polled by the city clerk, only 26% don't interview applicants. And of the remaining 74% where interviews are conducted, only 3 cities utilize our current process of having the mayor be the sole interviewer. In the interest of transparency, diversity, inclusion, citizen participation, and a healthy democracy, I respectfully urge the City Council to adopt either option B or option C. Thank you.
Good evening, Tom Raleigh, representing Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. And I've been involved since the early 80s with that group. This is over 40 years. This has been the worst set of appointments to the neighborhood improvement program that we've had. And it was done because the mayor screwed up. You botched it up. You moved somebody that was experienced, that was the chair of the committee. And having watched all the NCIP meetings, it's obvious that they've been wandering in the wilderness. When the neighborhood associations nominated the preps and the alternates, you ensured that you had representation that got back to the neighborhoods. Selecting individual appointments that were on your campaign did not do that. You screwed up. Everybody recognizes you screwed up, Mr. Mayor, and I point out you screwed up. So we need more representation from other people on the city council to back up. One person shouldn't be making the decisions. I was a witness to the decision by Clyde Roberson to take over single appointments and not have an interview process. That was reflected what the city council was at that time. But there's no reason you guys all have enough time to serve on a subcommittee to interview clients. Transparency, we don't have it. We have a one-person interview, and that is a mistake. It's a mistake, and it makes our whole system of appointments, quite frankly, a laughing stock. So consider what you're doing, and I'm not going to say option B, option C, and I think that you can leave the merger of these other committees to a later discussion, and I think you need to get out of that discussion tonight and do that and decide that at a later meeting. So thank you very much.
Good evening, Pat Benza, Monterey Vista neighborhood. I think the staff did a great job on doing the research on this issue of boards and commission interviews and appointments. The chart on page 142 of your packet makes it very clear that half of the 102 cities interview and 33 of those interview with the whole council, and only 3 did a mayor-only interview. I am thinking back to last year when the mayor made big decisions on changing the NCIP members. I am not judging whether the changes were good or bad. I just think that the mayor wouldn't have had to take so much heat about it if there had been others involved in those decisions. When people are put on boards and commissions, they are representing the residents of their district in balance with the residents of Monterey. I think it is important to know why one person is chosen over another, and that the process is fair. Once again, is all about transparency. I think we as a city should be a leader in transparency on this issue and on all others. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Although I agree with much of what has been said here, I want to take a little different tack and talk about NCIP. I've been on NCIP for a while now and have really enjoyed it. And I think it's a little different from the other committees. It's quite a bit of work. It's kind of a year-round job. and talking to residents, talking about projects, bringing people together with various city engineers or planners or whatever to be able to make projects viable. And it takes a while to learn this. So appointing new people that have never been on the council is kind of a difficult thing. I would recommend that, at least when possible, is appointing new people that are as alternates. Let them train under somebody who's been there for a while and learn the ropes before they take over the full representative. And in such, I think it's important that the neighborhood associations are involved in the process of selecting a people, because it's important that the people who are on NCIP have a real contact with their neighborhood. We have some NCIP members that didn't even know their neighborhood had an association. So it is kind of difficult for some of those people to learn. Yes, they'll learn, but it just takes longer and it's harder. So my recommendation is to especially pay attention to NCIP and how those people are selected. Thank you very much.
Evening, Council, Mr. Mayor, public in general. My name is Mike Brasfield. I'd like to focus on three different perspectives. I can understand the perspective of governance. The city, both elected and staff, if you try to reduce some meetings, you might get an advantage out of that. The other two perspectives, one of them is local. I agree completely. I went through the one-person selection process, and I thought it could have been better represented by two members of council. The third perspective is the state of California is trying to pull power away from local government. I've been to training where the state has actually threatened our municipalities and counties if they didn't fall in line, a direct threat. So in my mind, we have a culture in the city of Monterey, and it's represented in many forms here, but it's also one of our main tourist attractions. We're losing perspective. The state is trying to pull that back. They just want numbers. They don't care what numbers relate to cuts we have to make in our city. So please take that in consideration, because the people that choose to step up to be part of your governance by serving on your committees are all influencers from their neighborhoods, from the general populace, but they're also influencers for you to try to make it some of the decisions that you make a little easier. It might take up some of your time, a little bit of your time, but I suggest to you that these different committees would more than make up for that in time saved on your time. So with that, I bid you good evening.
Evening, everybody, city council members. I'm one of the people who wrote the letters, and I had sent the letter in because I was on vacation because I thought this meeting was taking place a couple of weeks ago. And so I would like to read the first paragraph, which I'd stand by, and change the second paragraph. All right. So I support the combining the ARC and the Planning Commission. All but one of the planning commissioners have served on the ARC, so they have good background there. They are both focused on project-oriented issues. Likewise, the research and implementation of specific plans. I think all of us on the Planning Commission and some people on the City Council have been involved in developing these specific plans. Combining project and policy issues has a good logic to it, and I think that both of these committees are future-oriented. Also, as Kim has pointed out several times, the reduction in discretionary decisions on architectural review due to state-mandated architectural rules means that there is an opportunity to fold into the Planning Commission and time to address all of those projects and issues. So I think it's a great idea. Where I want to change my mind is that I thought that the Historic Preservation Commission and Cultural Arts Committee was a kind of an obvious joining. But after understanding that the Historic Preservation Commission only met 5 times last year, yet the Cultural Arts Commission meets twice a month, there would be some awkwardness in forcing either too many meetings for one or too few for the other. And the second thing that made me change my mind was the certification required to be on the HPC. So I think you should just leave it, those two as they are. Anyway, thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Bob Luth. I've served on both ARC and I'm currently the chair of the Planning Commission. And given my experience in both those bodies, I would recommend combining them. I think particularly with the process that we've gone through with RENA and the number of state initiatives that have shown us that we were going to have much more of a quantitative approach to what ARC was performing, that their workload is going to drop. And for Planning Commission, not that I want to add more work to our committee members, but unlike what you've done, we've had no meetings past our usual 6:30 drop where you guys go on to an evening session. So if in the end we would need to do the same kind of level of work that you do, then I think that should be part of the decision-making process to save staff time and go ahead and, put a little bit more work on to the Planning Commission. For appointments, I went through both processes. Clive Robertson did my interview with another council member. And then when I was appointed Planning Commission, I went through with Tyler. And I think the important question there would be to go back to what the original decision was in 2019. Why did Clyde want to take that approach over the approach that we currently, or to set up the approach that we currently have? So I think when you go into discussion, it would be an important part of the process to figure out why did the council unanimously decide to have the process that we currently have over what we had before, which Clyde was responsible for. And I think you had a lot of experience. So there must have been some rationale behind that decision that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Bob Evans and I live in New Monterey. Combining commissions may be more efficient, but will reduce community participation and opportunities for that participation. Combining planning and architecture review may be appropriate because ARC projects are also considered by the Planning Commission. Thus, some efficiencies may be acquired by combining the two. Combining Historic Preservation and Museums and Cultural Arts Commission, and by the way, I'm on the commission, the Museums and Cultural Arts Commission, is not appropriate. Historic preservation deals with Mills Act applications which affect individual homeowners and their homes, and requires special expertise. These activities are administered through the Community Development Department and have legal and tax consequences. On the other hand, the Museums and Cultural Arts Commission deals with Colton Hall, the old jail, the Lower Presidio Museum, the Pacific Biological Lab, as well as public art, the city's art collection, the Path of History, and cultural arts events such as the candlelight concerts in Colton Hall, all of which have a connection to the library's history collection and are visitors, by the way. in my experience, a group such as a commission will have difficulty switching between legal and tax matters and historical and cultural matters. From an administrative point of view, planning already is planning ready to take on museums and cultural arts activities? My guess is no. Is the library ready to address the legal and tax elements of historical preservation? Probably not. I urge you not to combine those two commissions. As far as how we're picking commission members, I think the more open the process, the better. So if I have to be interviewed by the entire council, I think that might not be a bad idea the next time I apply for a position on one of the commissions. Thanks.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, Hans. I feel a little humbled coming behind that long, strong history of Monterey leaders that have helped so much in our development of this. My name's Bob. I'm from Oak Grove and love this community. I love all that it does. I love the history of it. I can wear two hats. I put my first hat on as a developer and I say, yep, keep it the way it is with the nominations. Well, I really like the guy that's leading the show and therefore it's good. But if I didn't like you, I might go against that. I think he has a lot of power to a mayor, whether he takes it or not, or whether he's taking advice from others. But the biggest thing is the perception of the community. May not even be a reality that he is something of, bringing in someone that's special or not properly equipped to do the position, but it's that the way that people perceive it. And we really are seeing times now, as we saw from our first earlier session, how divisive people are. And people are attacking. I mean, we don't honor the positions that you guys do because you guys do serve us. And I see the hours you put in. It's amazing. And I really don't want to equip people with more power to say, oh, things aren't good, things aren't proper because you're in control and we're not seeing it. So we really need to make it more visible to the people. I like the idea of even having the community members, these people that lead these communities, they have a lot of knowledge and they might be good to have part of that interview and have the public watching in. People should be able to see the interview and really understand people. In terms of combining everything together, I really think we got to watch the history here. We don't have enough history in Monterey where we really honor it, show it off, and just explore that. And I worry a little bit that if we, the Museum and Cultural Arts might get a little diluted in their direction and what they're doing if we put them together with historic preservation. I think we're going to see a lot more improvements and growings and pressing the city. And I think an important thing for all of us to do is remember, we get water, it's going to burst the amount of buildings and workload for everybody. And I don't like the thought of really just squeezing that all together and someone's overburdened. As a developer, I love it. Oh yeah, they're going to just check mark me through. It's easy. But as a resident here, I want the city managed properly with great thought and not feeling like you're under pressure. Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, we will go to our public commenters on Zoom.
All right, first let's hear from Shinyari.
Hello, my name's Chaneria Boda. I'm New Monterey resident and New Monterey rep for NCIP. I think what both the city council and neighborhood associations have in common is a desire to increase engagement. And I think an important question to ask when looking at these proposed changes is, would these changes lead to increased engagement, or would they maybe be a deterrent for people to take the step to apply for these boards and commissions? I think the boards and commissions are a very accessible way to be involved in local government, and we do want to try to encourage everyone who's interested to apply for all the positions. I also have some concerns about doing interviews during city council meetings because not everyone can attend city council meetings. And I'd be curious to know how that would be handled if someone's not able to come in person, if they're not able to join online. Would they have a separate interview at a different time? Would that be stayed to another city council meeting? et cetera. So I think there are some things to think about as it relates to that. I would agree that having more than one person do the interviews makes sense. And that certainly can be a subcommittee that can rotate year by year. I don't necessarily think it's helpful to have it be based on the specific district. And then as it relates to neighborhood associations, I'm one of the people who applied for the NCIP rep position, and I didn't know that we had a neighborhood association. But through applying for that, I was able to get connected to my neighborhood association, and that's been invaluable. So just because there isn't a connection doesn't mean that there won't be a connection. And I think that can also encourage people to be part of their neighborhood associations. In terms of transparency, it sounds like there are applications being posted online. So I do think there are other ways to increase transparency. That doesn't necessarily involve having a city council meeting for interviews. And it is hard to take a step of applying for these boards when you don't know much, but you want to be involved. So it does take some courage to do so. And again, having to come to a city council meeting to do an interview, I think would deter a lot of people. And lastly, I do want to say I do have the utmost respect for Mr. Rowley, but I do think it is a bit unfair to say that his reps are the worst set of appointees. I think it's a bit unkind as well. It does take some time to get used to being on NCIP. I've benefited from guidance from people who've been on the committee for a lot longer than me. So I would hope that maybe you can offer some guidance and not criticism. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Kurt.
Yes, Kurt Tipton, downtown. Also an NCIP rep for downtown. I agree 100% that we need more transparency in doing the interviewing of the applicants. I have a little hesitancy, I think Shaneri mentioned it, but having an applicant come before this full city council can be very daunting. I know if that was what I was going to have to do, I would seriously consider that. Plus, as Shaneri pointed out, the trying to schedule that may be very difficult with the applicant. Where if you only have 2 city council members, some of the scheduling and a little bit more friendly atmosphere during the interview could take place. So I think that would be a much better option than trying to have the full city council do the interview. As far as combining the boards, I do have a little concern with combining the ARC and the Planning Commission, as I went through having to go through the ARC committee, and the house that I live in is in the proposed historic district. We had to change the stairs to meet ADA requirements and meet the current building requirements, but that changed the whole facade of the house because of the pitch of the stairs. And it was because one of the members in the ARC committee was an architect and understood what we did. We were able to get the approval. So I just hesitate making sure that if you combine those, that you have proper art. Well, I understand it's not required, but it certainly is desirable to have an architect in that position so they can help with some of these issues that may come up. But again, I urge you to please offer more transparency in the interviews with all the boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Our next speaker is Gabriel.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Sanders. I'm a current member of the Architectural Review Committee, and I support the combination of that committee with the Planning Commission. Coming from a development background myself, there's a lot of efficiency to be found there, as well as cost savings that is passed along to the people who end up living in the homes that are built. I can also tell you from experience, there's a lot of stuff that comes to us that could be solved by a little bit better objective design standards, things that are left up to the committee that come down to interpretation rather than actual discretion, which I believe may have been the original intent of the commission. My experience with it hasn't been so long as to understand where it came from in the first place, so I will defer to folks who have more experience in that sense. At the same time, as mentioned by the chair of the Planning Commission, with the RENA requirements coming down to the city and the potential for water to come in and allow for a lot more applications, combining what does make sense for the ARC to review with what the Planning Commission would also review in the cases where such review is required and not exempted by affordability requirements. I think it's a good way to create efficiency for developers and therefore create ideally more affordable housing as a result. In the case of housing, of course, there are things like signs, there are things like changes to individual homes that might still be appropriate for ARC discretion and could still be subject to it. As for NCIP, I want to echo the first online commenter in saying that just because these folks are new does not mean they are inferior. Just because they are new to your neighborhood does not mean their opinions don't matter. And in fact, I am new to my neighborhood, all things relative. I've been here for 3 years, but I care just as much as anybody who's lived here longer. I care about this city. And I really bristle at hearing anyone say anything about a new person being less of any less value than someone who's been here longer. The only constant is change. And I encourage people to embrace it, to listen to their neighborhood members, and really just have an open mind about the way governance can take place and the fact that whether it's affordability or the evidence of our current democracy's function, I think there's room for change and room for innovation. I think people need to stop being so afraid of it. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you, Gabriel. And our next speaker is Tom.
I'd like to start out by saying thank you to Clementine. That's an excellent staff report, very thorough, very informative. And also to Councilmember Race for bringing this forward. Thank you for your leadership. It's a very important topic. I'm speaking on behalf of the New Monterey Neighborhood Association and president of that association. We sent a comment letter in, but that letter was submitted before the staff report. So the comments we have in that letter don't apply specifically to the staff report. A little bit about the neighborhood associations. A lot's been said about the neighborhood associations aren't officially recognized by the city, and that's a truthful statement. I get it. However, I would say that your neighborhood associations are probably the most valuable asset you have in the community when it comes to getting the input of the neighborhoods with respect to the NCIP. So it's only logical that the neighborhood associations should have at least some input into it, an invitation to attend the interviews. I don't think any of us are saying that it should go back to the good old days of when the neighborhood associations basically put a nominee forward and it was rubber stamped. Not saying that at all. And I agree with the previous speaker. I think new blood is a good thing. But I think those new people also should get familiar with their neighborhoods. And there's old people like myself who've been in this neighborhood for well over 30 years. So we know a bit about the history and why things have been done the way they've been done, whether that's relevant or not. With regard to the actual staff report, I would say that we favor either options B or D with respect to the NCIP. I think that D might be marginally less burdensome. And I think that might also obviate the need to have interviews before the city council. So previous speakers also mentioned the difficulty in scheduling with the city council. But either of those, B or D, I think satisfies the neighborhood's need to have some ability to give input along the process. So again, we are a resource that the city could be taking advantage of more than it currently is, because we do have ways of reaching out to people. It's hard enough for an NIP representative to get input from the public. Short of putting a lemonade stand out on a sidewalk and asking people what their opinions are of projects, I'm not sure how an NIP representative would get input. So the neighborhood associations are really a key element in that process. So thank you very much, and I appreciate it.
Thank you for the kind words, Tom, and I will call next on our telephone caller with the last three digits, 902.
Good evening. My name is Nina Beatty. I'm completely opposed to combining the long-standing ARC and Planning Commission groups. They are important, separate boards and commissions of the city. My father served on both. They have distinct functions, and he, I'm sure, would be horrified if he was still alive. Would be horrified to see that they were combining. It's not efficient at all. And I'm disturbed too that relatively new planning commissioners who were picked by the mayor and a new ARC member are urging consolidation. The staff report says enabling increased efficiency and the C of fiscal health response plan change the way we do business to be more streamlined. Is the city council promoting streamlining? Streamlining removes process, evaluation, public involvement, even environmental review. Streamlining is always pro-business. As one of the previous speakers noted, it's not pro-resident, it's not pro-community. What it appears to me from this and other things that are going on in the city is a dismantling of the city structure. The staff report says the council has tasked staff with finding ways to reduce administrative hurdles that get in the way of development. Is the city council promoting development? And what sort of development is it promoting? One apartment building or condo building versus a large scale development? Is the city council looking to eliminate public hearings, public notice, and reducing analysis available? At the last Planning Commission meeting, staff presented on SB 9. Staff is pushing to increase units on lots from what even the state requires, leading to extreme density. And these will be rentals, make no mistake about it. This is not home ownership possibilities. There were many problems with that hearing, but one of the biggest, most disturbing problems was that staff never mentioned the lawsuit last year in Los Angeles on SB 9, where the judge ruled SB 9 is unconstitutional for charter cities. That sort of omission, that sort of cherry picking the data that they presented to the PC indicates to me that there's far more at stake to the city and to this community from what's being proposed today. On the NCIP discussion, the neighborhoods are named in the city ordinance. Are there neighborhoods where the neighborhood association is essentially closed? Well, encouraging neighborhood associations to have no membership fee or to have an optional membership fee is a good step. But I agree that people should be involved in their neighborhoods, and the associations are a venue for that to happen. I don't see cronyism in the neighborhood associations. Maybe I'm just not looking hard enough, but I don't think that that's really an issue here. Given the changes from the wireless ordinance to the ADUs, it appears that packing the NCIP with those with sympathies with staff is the direction that's happening here, and that is not a positive step forward for the city. Thank you.
Next caller is Kent Cleanser. Kent, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi there. Kent Cleanser, resident of Old Town Monterey. As I usually say, I wear a number of different hats that some people listening in might know about, but I'm only speaking for myself right now, and no organization that I might be affiliated with in anybody's mind. I think it's really interesting, the conversation about appointments to boards. I find it really, really interesting that back when I was appointed to the board by Clyde, this kind of conversation never arose by citizens. I find it really interesting that now Tyler also appointed me to a board. I just want to put it out in public that the timing of this about power to appoint, I just think it's really interesting. I think someone needs to say it because it matters. The second point I want to make is about NCIP. I mean, I think a lot of this conversation we're having tonight has been provoked by worries about NCIP. I want to raise a different issue with NCIP, which won't make me popular. I really want to raise, before we get into a big conversation about how members are nominated and approved to NCIP, I think the city council needs to step back and ask itself, is NCIP actually what we need right now? I don't know the answer to that, but I honestly think that there might be different ways of thinking about spending, I don't know, I think it's 10 or $11 million of transient occupancy tax on our current configuration of NCIP. I think that we might be able to do better. All right, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Sorry for the delay here. Our next speaker is Ray Myers. You can go ahead, Ray. Ray, if you were speaking, we can't hear you. I'll come back to you. Meanwhile, I will call next on Lori Mazuka.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I also want to thank the staff for the packet and also for Councilmember Rash for agendizing this topic. And thank you, Mayor Williamson, for allowing everyone 3 minutes to speak on the topic. Because, as one person said earlier, it seems very NCIP centric. It's because it was all a little confusing. I didn't know until the agenda packet came out, which is after I wrote my letter. I thought it was going to be more NCIP focused, so that's where most of my focus is going to be. And I don't really have the knowledge and the depth with the other boards and commissions to suggest combining, not combining. So I'll yield to those commenters in the community that are more knowledgeable in that arena, and I'll just mainly stick with NCIP. So I am here to speak in strong support of option B. I'm all about transparency. I think the more publicly transparent things can be, the better. It gives everybody more power and say and worth, quite frankly. And most of all, people just want to be involved. So I think whatever we can do to make that happen for everybody all around, it's a good thing. Just one counter thought to Chineri and Kurt Tipton's fears of the full council interviews being a deterrent to applicants. While I understand that and it makes complete sense, and I agree on the one hand, the other thing to consider is that all of these are public meetings and would be happening in a public setting and recorded. So I think it would probably be a good thing for people to do anyway, because they're going to be sitting in that situation. And other than that, option B is the most transparent, equitable, and as we heard, a widely adopted practice across the California cities that responded to the survey. And for more than 40 years, NCIP's empowered neighborhoods and encouraged community-driven processes. And that foundation has been steadily chipped away. It's a valuable asset in the community and beloved program. And we all know, we've all heard tonight about what happened with NCIP representatives being replaced without neighborhoods involvement, not really a good thing. I attended a recent April 17th NCIP meeting and saw firsthand how unprepared some appointees were. They hadn't really known how to do anything because they had no mentors. They hadn't figured out how to survey people. So I just think it's better to leave people in place to help mentor. And let's see, what else are my notes? I just think if we can return somehow to a model where NCIP reps are chosen more by their neighborhoods with input and not for them, that would go a long way to serve everybody. And thank you for your time and have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you, Lori. Let's try again with Ray.
Hello, my name is Ray Myers. I am a board member for Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association. I disagree with the proposal to change the process of appointments for the composition of city boards, commissions, committees. Changing the requirements for appointments and eliminating the members of city council to that of only the discretion of the mayor is really not in keeping with our goals of cities' civic collaboration. It's resident engagement and one of our most important stated city value drivers, transparent, inclusive government. In the case for representative appointments to our unique neighborhood community improvement program, which takes into account each voice from participants in various neighborhoods throughout the city, changing the process will take away the voice from the people that give the discretion simply to the mayor, which is a breach of good faith, may discourage the public from more participation. As with NCIP, very experienced neighborhood resident endorsed representatives can be replaced by the mayor without further input, effectively removing individuals with high levels of insight into the process and replacing them potentially with inexperienced representatives who may be less effective. So changing the appointment process to a sole person does not serve the public's interest. With more authority to control these appointments, a mayor may potentially use the authority to reduce competition and further an agenda. I encourage you to vote and preserve the process for appointments, committees, boards, and commissions by ensuring the city council is involved in the interview and selection process for new candidates. Of the adoptions that were presented by the council by the staff tonight, I would choose option C, standing subcommittee, interviews, nominees, and public meetings subject to Brown Act. So please resist efforts for consolidation of authority in the name of efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have one last speaker, which is Esther.
Good evening, everybody. So tonight we're hearing comments about concentration of power, diversity, inclusion, stacking the deck, cronyism, transparency, all of these things that were not brought up way back when this was created by the previous mayor. Is it a coincidence that the previous mayor happened to have all the people that were being rubber stamped on the NCIP before? I think not. So I will go along with what some of the previous commenters have mentioned, that there is an implication here of blaming the current mayor for the previous mayor's policies that all of you guys were okay with. Where was the public back then pushing back to Clyde? I know Gene made an issue of it, but Rick, Tom, Brassfield, Russello, all of you guys were the ones that were on the NCIP for decades. You went along with Clyde when he wanted to do it, interestingly enough. The other thing I want to mention, Mr. Raleigh, how dare you bully and continue to insult the other people who are interested in serving this city with their participation. The level of bullying and just insulting that you continue to put out there with your entitlement is so infuriating. And I will push back to you that the mayor didn't screw up, you screwed up. You are not representing the people that are on this NCIP committee, hopefully, and they don't agree with the fact that you have to bully people into thinking that they should not be participating. You have implied that because I am a resident of 25 years that I don't know enough about this city to be involved and comment. I'm sorry, that is not okay. And that's a perfect example of why the grand jury, which has not been mentioned before, and thank you, Clementine, for the good data, but I wish the grand jury report would have been brought up, because the very reasons that this is all coming up were all mentioned in the grand jury report. that they were not bringing in enough new people, they were not making an effort to do any outreach, then all of those details are what exactly led to why these changes were made, even though all of us knew that they needed to be made. So I personally am not going to say which option I'm for, but I am definitely against bullying and insulting and going after a mayor and a council from the current ones because of the previous decisions.
Okay,
That was our last speaker.
awesome. Thank you for everybody that participated in public comment. I heard a few questions, particularly as it relates to the combining. So I'm going to try to run through these and see if we can get some responses from staff. Could we clarify what the meeting frequency is for Museum and Cultural Arts Commission?
Yes, so I did mention they meet bi-monthly, and the funny thing is that turns out bi-monthly means either twice a month or every other month. In this case, it's every other month.
Okay.
And which commission is that?
Museum and Cultural Arts.
Museum of Cultural Arts.
So to clarify for the record, Museum and Cultural Arts essentially meets 6 times a year, and the Historic Preservation Commission meets on average twice a year. Was it correct?
They were, sorry, you were talking about HPC. They were 5 times last year.
5 times. Okay.
I'll just further clarification. Further clarification. It's just their meeting schedule is once a month for the Museums Commission, Museums of Cultural Arts. But when they skip meetings and you look at last year, it comes out to roughly every other month.
Thank you for adding that clarification.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we can get some clarification, because this came up through some of the public comments, around when are we expecting the changes to occur that would impact the workload of the ARC? I'm assuming that's a question for Kim, but I'll leave it to staff to figure out who's best to respond to that.
Well, I think there's 2 significant changes in our future. First of all, the state is consolidating. All of the laws are pushing towards checklists and objective design standards. Every conference we go to, you're going to hear that over and over and over again as we bring new ordinances in front of you, as we rework plans. So we will be moving more to a checklist, much more, I think Chair Bluth described it as a quantitative analysis of a project, much more like a zoning code. You know, do you meet your setbacks? Do you meet your height? But not the long discussions about what does the city want on this particular parcel. So that is something that we're seeing today, and every new law that's coming out has that language. The issue of future development in the city and when we get water. So that's the second major potential change. We're going to need to come up with objective design standards for all of our infill sites and our neighborhoods and major projects that we foresee. So I think when we do get new water, hopefully we can take this time and put together some good planning documents so that we prescribe what we want before it's submitted. Does that answer your question?
The information that you provided was really helpful, I think, to kind of set the table. I think the question is more in regards to time frame. When do we expect those standards to shift to where
they've already shifted in law?
Are they fully implemented in the city of Monterey?
So we're having to, in some cases, where we don't have objective design standards, the project, all we're looking at is zoning regulations, and we're pushing it forward. SB 9 applications today.
Let me maybe ask this a different way. Are we expecting, based off of current law, not anything that might be in the future horizon, are we expecting any further reduction in the workload of ARC from what we see today?
Yes, I think we do see that. I mean, our housing element calls for us to create objective design standards for all of our infill sites.
So let me drill down. I'm not sure if I'm asking the question the best way. So because we expect it to change based off of the housing element, when do we expect those changes to occur that would reduce the workload of the ARC?
Well,
That
that's
makes
what
sense.
we need to be working on is.
Yeah, but I'm
But
just
you're wanting to know the date.
not the date specifically, but just kind of how long, around how long are we expecting that to occur?
Yeah, can I try
Please.
to help?
Yes, please.
Please.
So when do you think when do you think we do not need the ARC anymore? And we can have a combined planning ARC commission working?
I think that can happen today. I think we can work on, so it's going to take a little bit of time to rework our ordinance to replace the word planning commission wherever it says architectural review committee. I think we have enough time in our planning commission meetings to handle the ARC workload, and we can streamline operations.
Okay. I feel like my answer is not fully being.
Can I ask a question that's related?
We're getting there. I think we're getting there.
Sorry.
No, it's probably me.
Yeah. So Kim, some of what you were talking about, as I'm thinking of roles, could you divide some of what you were articulating that will need to happen is staff work, staff load versus what has to come in front of ARC or what has to come in front of planning? You talked about some of the things that the state is requiring and expecting. And that's, checklists and all of the things rather than being subjective. They're basically saying, these are the things you should choose from and make it fast. Because I think that the justification is streamlining as much as possible without delay. So if you could talk about staff work versus ARC and planning work. And I think that kind of goes with what you're talking about, because isn't most of the work you're talking about moving forward more staff than commission?
Yes, it is. But it also could be, there's some discretion that we could have at the plant. So let me just give you an example today. Like under the old regime, like the code, a mixed use project coming in front, so a new mixed use project in downtown would require a use permit from the planning commission. The planning commission would approve the bulk and height of the building and the use of the building. So they would they'd look at the types of commercial uses, the types of residential uses, and try to resolve those concerns. Then, and they would usually also, in many cases, there was a use permit required for 3-story buildings. So then that building would go to the same building, the same set of drawings would then go to the architectural review committee, and we would have 2 levels of meetings. We would have a preliminary or concept and a final review. At the preliminary, the ARC was oftentimes frustrated. They're like, well, the planning commission already set the height of the building and the use of the building. So why are we having to do this? Where they did really delve in is on the materials. So what was the siding of the building? What was the windows? What was, all of the minor details. We have and can prescribe architects to be on the planning commission so we could consolidate that review. Even if it takes us 2 meetings, we're not going to have to do 4 meetings a month. We would only be doing 2 meetings a month. Where that might, where I lose the argument for consolidation is that 100% commercial projects can still have, under all the existing and proposed state laws, can go through this 2-step review process. But I'll say I don't see the real benefit in the long term, as long as we have a very transparent process at the planning commission level.
Okay, I'm going to move on from that question. Yes, thank you, Kim, for that. It was really one question. I mean, I'm going to come back to this because statement. I think these are actually all rest statements. So I'm going to open it up to the council for comments, discussion, deliberation. Who wants to start us off?
So
Please.
May I? I want to try and bifurcate this if I can, because what we have in front of us is 2 distinct conversations. On the one hand, we have a conversation about the components and makeup of boards and commissions. And that's sort of down the lines of operational, and it's a strategic decision to make. And I'm not sure I've got enough information to make that decision tonight. On that decision of consolidation, what's before us, what I've so far heard, is that there is a technical component of the museum and arts, or let me get the names right here. I've lost help me out with
The Historic Preservation Commission.
Yeah, 147. And let me advance here.
Historic preservation.
Yeah, so the historic preservation. So Architectural Review and Planning Commission, setting that aside for now. Looking at looking at Historical Preservation Commission, it sounded like what I was hearing is that there is not as much technical action taking place there. However, there is a statutory requirement that we have the appropriate members there to be able to handle things like the Mills Act. On the Museum and Cultural Arts Commission, it sounded like it was very much more technical and tied with activities at the library. And many members are leaning in towards being historians with much experience, knowing how to preserve, how to research. And I'm just really not ready for that contrast to make that decision yet. I would like to be able to interview some of the members that serve on both of those commissions. I'm not ready for that because I don't think I have enough data to understand the differences there. And we've heard from some members that they really think that there's problems by separating that. Let me address the Planning Commission and the Architectural Review Committee. I think that there's enough sufficient information that I've heard that it sounds not dangerous to do it, but there's much work for staff to be ready to do that. So I have let me insert a question in here about ARC and planning. When would staff feel comfortable that we would be ready to say, we have the new role defined and written down to the point where the council is going to have to make a decision of those 14 people to bring it down to 7, and a selection process of who those 7 are going to be, because it can't work on just when their terms expire unless we take 4 years to do this. So I need more help from staff about how they see this playing out, of how we take 14 commissioners from planning and ARC and reduce it down to 7, and how long does it take staff to be able to say that we're ready to operate and have fully functioning meetings to support staff with those new 7 under their new roles. So can staff help me out with the timing and a process to select the new 7, and how much more time does staff need?
Well, it depends. It depends if you want to select a new 7. You can say the ARC is hereby dissolved, and the work goes over to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
When are we ready? I say July 1st, but I'm not telling you which year. I'm looking at Kim right now. It's not a big staff lift, because whether we provide the information to the ARC and then to the Planning Commission, or to the Planning Commission alone, is the same staff work. It just reduces the work to organize and have different bodies of work. So I think this is something that I like Kim to tell me which decade she thinks we can do that.
Kim, sorry, you have to keep coming back.
No, and maybe we're going to have to bring all the amendments back to you, but we'll have to amend our zoning code and our specific plans and our neighborhood plans. And then the organizational piece of the zoning code. So that's something, depending on the city attorney's availability, that's a few months long, probably it would probably be over the summer.
Okay. And just to add to the flavor of, as I understand it, we have a vacancy on both ARC and planning.
And we just got another resignation notice today from Architectural Review Committee.
Okay, so that's 2 from ARC.
The one, and I believe, yes. So I think we're seeing attrition. Some people have really spent a lot of time on some of those boards. So you might be down to, there are going to be openings and ability to make decisions.
Yeah, instead of there's not 14, maybe there's 11. But if we made the decision tonight and directed staff to move to consolidation, it doesn't sound like we would have a problem getting to the 7, but someone is going to be asked to.
Yes, somebody will be asked to step aside.
Yeah, and this council is going to need to determine a process to do that.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about a bifurcation, and I don't want to occupy all the time. There's other comments, but does it make sense that we would make a vote on this alone before we get into the process of selection?
I would just offer to make your comments. Let's go around. Let's have each council member make their statement, and then we can get around to talking about motions and how we handle that maybe after all our comments.
So I'm going to just step aside because that's all the comments I have about the consolidation.
I would encourage you to go ahead and make your comments about the
Selection process.
Yeah.
Selection process.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like I ought to include Gene in this because we met with members of the associations. We got some great input. There's parts of the agenda item that reveals that, talks about that with the suggestions of how the selection process should make. I want to just say, in principle, I fully agree that a selection alone by one person of the council or just the mayor, we've come to a point where I feel like it should be a selected committee. I think that there should be a system to do that. It's combined in option B and C. But I think that I want to have a process where we definitely include a member of the neighborhood association when we're talking about the selection for NCIP. And that we definitely should have 2 members of the council that do the interviews, where they interview for vacancies on all of the boards and commissions and NCIP. And I like the methodology of an NCIP member being interviewed with a non-voting member that is a neighborhood association, sitting in on the meeting and offering their knowledge base of their association regarding that NCIP selection. Mechanically, it's 2 subcommittee members from the council scheduling the meeting, the interview with the NCIP applicant, and then factoring in a neighborhood association rep as a non-voting member to come in and participate. And the 2 subcommittee members make the recommendation to the full council. Regarding when we get to the interviews for all of the other boards and commissions, the 2 standing council members selected by the council would interview all of the boards and commission members. And when it comes to, let's see, we covered the NCIP. Yeah, just the NCIP member would be interviewed with someone that's a rep from the association as a non-voting member for input. And I may have comments later, but I think I've covered everything right now.
Awesome. Thank you. Who would like to go next?
No.
Dr. Barber.
So First, just like you said, we're looking at two different things. So I'm going to deal with the combination first. The combination for ARC and planning, yes, I think there are questions for the detail of how that would look. I also think that somehow ARC members should be incorporated into the planning and zoning commission somehow, so that you get that expertise coming over as well, since they're going to be inheriting those responsibilities. So I think the details need to be worked out, but I do think it's something that's doable. However, I have more concern about the historical preservation and the Museums and Cultural Arts Commission combining because of the strategic requirements that have to happen when you deal with certain grants, as well as the Mills Act. So that I have a little bit of a issue with. As far as methods to look at for processing, I think that inclusivity and diversity are part of it when you say anybody from the community, not just neighborhood association, not just NCIP, but anybody. You're talking about 36,000 people that are in this community, and it shouldn't just be certain people. So if we're talking about inclusivity, that means NCIP can talk about it, they can give a nomination. That means neighborhood associations can give a nomination, but that means people who are not in either one of these can give a nomination. You have a lot of people who work, who have families, that are not involved in any of this because they don't have the capacity to do that. And I think if we're going to talk about inclusivity and diversity of thought, then we have to think about everybody. So I think having it where you can be able to open it up, and just like we have, and making sure maybe a little bit more advertising to let them know, so that other people outside of the organizations can know about it. I think that could happen. I think adding a option G would be appropriate because of the fact that I'm also hearing from some of the public comments as well, is that two people. So to me, it's obvious it would be the mayor would be one. Why wouldn't it be? It has been since 2019, and so far, so many other times. Why would it change now for it not to be the mayor? So I would say the mayor plus, so it would still be two people, the vice mayor. That rotates. So since that rotates, every council person would be able to be in that position at some point in time. And so I think by doing it this way, you're able to encompass everybody. You're able to have everybody have nominations, not putting one organization or one association over just individual citizens that live here that are not a part of it because they may not have the capacity, but being able to open it up for everybody. And then being able to have the mayor and vice mayor to do the interviewing, and then have the full council do the appointment. And I know somebody made a comment about rubber stamping, but I don't rubber stamp anything. I have my own mind, and I'm able to talk and communicate what my concerns are. And if there's a concern, we have a discussion about it to see where that leads us. So I think that is done in a democratic way. So that's the way that I see things going at this point.
If you guys want to have it's it's a little bit of distracting with the conversations in the chamber. If we can try to keep that down to a minimum, that'd be helpful, please. You're all set, right?
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
So I'm going to share a little bit of my own story because I think it speaks to two of the options. And of course, this conversation, I'm going to be drawing from my own experience and being informed from public comment in terms of final direction here. But in 2021, I was identified as a potential to represent the city of Monterey at the TAMC Bike and Ped Committee. And I went through the interview process, which was at that time we were meeting virtually. So I met with Mayor Clyde and a staff, and we had a conversation. And then I was told that I would be notified whether or not I'd be appointed. Soon after, I found out that I had been appointed. I don't know what communication happened beyond that interview. I don't know if there was any, announcement that I don't know that anybody even to this day knows that I represent the city of Monterey at the Bike and Ped Committee. So, that's very much like the process that we're experiencing now, right? Where there's an interview that happens, right? And that's how it's been for a while. I'll share my other experience for the appointment in 2022 when I applied to fill the vacancy along with about 11 other folks. And that process was different in that I had to submit an application and then make a statement here in a public meeting, and then answer a series of questions, which then the council deliberated on. And by the way, thank you so much for the appointment. And that process was completely different from the original appointment to the Bike and Ped Committee. So I share that because I also think about the opportunity for any of our residents to be involved in local government. We have individuals with all kinds of backgrounds, all kinds of personality types. For me, it was very rewarding and it was a highlight to be able to jump on a call with the mayor, Mayor Clyde, and have a one-on-one conversation with him about my interest in how I could serve my city and how I could represent the city of Monterey in a pretty important committee. So that to me, to be able to have that one-on-one with the mayor was very special. And I think a lot of folks can appreciate that, having that specific moment where you're having the conversation with one of our city leaders. Now, fast forward to the appointment, that was a completely different experience where you know that the spotlight is on you, everybody in the chamber's looking at you, everybody online. It could be very intimidating for many. It was for me. It was a lot of preparation and a lot of anxiety and being nervous and not knowing what the outcome was going to be. And I think that could potentially turn off a lot of folks. It might not make the prospect of serving your community as appealing if you know that you're going to have to stand up in front of everybody, right, to make your case. We know that we have some outgoing personalities that have no issue with that, and that's great, right? But I think we also need to take that into consideration with folks who aren't necessarily as comfortable speaking in a public setting. In general, boards and commissions, I think it's a space for residents to be active in their community. Regardless of what that board and commission is focusing on, at the end of the day, those groups, those boards, those commissions are an opportunity for anybody in the city to be part of local government and to participate. So we should make it easier for folks to participate in the process rather than more difficult. There's mention of neighborhood associations. I can appreciate the advocacy for neighborhood associations to be more of a formal part in identifying candidates and all that. But I think we also need to make sure that we understand that not all neighborhood associations function the same way. And I can speak very specific to the neighborhood association in my own neighborhood. There's mention about NCIP. I've lived in my neighborhood for 15 years. Not once have I heard anything, any communication from my neighborhood association about any NCIP projects. There was a recent project that put a brand new fence along the Casanova Park. And I have heard explicitly from the folks who led that effort, which, by the way, great project. You know, I'm not knocking it. I live about a block and a half over. I never got any information about that project. All that to say that we can't just assume that all neighborhood associations have that deep connection with community, because that simply is not the case. I'm going to skip that specific point. I think if I may insert a question here, we're talking about adding visibility to the process, more transparency. So I think about the current process, and that's a little bit where my question was headed earlier to staff, is where in the process is the community starting to engage in the process so that they have visibility? I think for those of us who want to remain involved, I think the virtual access is sufficient. Yeah, could there be improvements? Maybe, right? The ease of finding the applications and the way to review all that. Yes, we can talk about that. But at the end of the day, there is access for the public. I understood that where the access is reduced or eliminated is where the mayor makes the nominations. So maybe that's where my question can go to staff. Is there a way to open that part of the process up to the public? So if you want to respond to that.
So opening up the nomination part, but not the interview part? Is that what you mean?
Say that again?
Maybe I missed part of it. Are you suggesting like opening up to the public the nomination part, but not the interview part?
Well, yeah, we can talk about either or both. What I'm trying to get at is how can the public remain or have that visibility to the whole process without it being in a public meeting, basically. So maybe I can put that question out, right? And I can finish my comments and then maybe we can circle back to it. And I guess maybe I'll insert another question because it did come up as we were deliberating. Why did the previous council decide to change the process to what it is now? I'd be curious to also learn a little bit more about that. So sorry, I ended with the question.
So maybe those that were on the council at the time could give some history.
You're speaking, Ed. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, you were there too.
I was, but you already got the mic. My mic is off.
As I recall, we had, and prior to 2019, we had tried both ways. We did a subcommittee, and I served on the subcommittee twice. Once with Councilmember Barrett, and another time with the mayor. Matter of fact, when the mayor and I served on the subcommittee for the council, we interviewed this guy I had never met. His name was Tyler Williamson. And he was interviewing, and we had a vacancy for the ARC. And we selected him for the ARC. Fast forward, does it sound familiar?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. We were sitting, we were sitting right there. Yeah. So
I was nervous too.
No, and it didn't matter. You did just fine. So what
I'm gonna quote that in the next campaign.
we did it twice, as I recall, and then it came around for the governance policy of approval, and we talked about it. He basically said, is there a need to have a change? And we said, no, we're comfortable. We're okay with it. Matter of fact, for me at that time, I was time constrained with some commitments and I had already done it twice. So I couldn't do it, but if somebody else wanted to serve on a subcommittee with the mayor or two members of the council. So Barrett and I were a subcommittee at one time, and another time the mayor and I were in a subcommittee. And that was over the course of probably 4 years, something like that. So both ways, and both ways worked fine. Both ways were, both the times on the subcommittee, a lot of interviews, didn't mind it, and we reported back to the full council, and then the selection was made for the full council. When I chose personally to allow the mayor to do it, I'd already been on the council for several years with the mayor. He certainly had the foundational knowledge of every neighborhood in town, and I was fine with it. And we've been doing it as the mayor selection since, I guess, staff said 2019. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay.
So one way to provide transparency would be if the mayor's interview was, streamed and open to the public, just the mayor.
It would be a Brown Act meeting
Yes.
with just one person.
Yes.
So you couldn't assume with that.
Okay, so just to clarify in my mind, mayor would be sitting here and the interview would happen here in the chambers, open to the public. And
Public
online.
notice, everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Streamed on YouTube, whatever.
And that would be the only way to provide that visibility to the public. So it couldn't be like, for example, an interview via Zoom between the mayor and the candidate, which would also be broadcasted out. It could be that.
Yes, it would be either way, as long as it's publicly noticed and it's transparent. And if the candidate zooms in, like sometimes council members zoom in, it would be go through the same process. Audience could watch it on the screen or could watch it from home, and we would have basically a Brown a committee of one under the Brown Act. With all the other.
Any type of restriction, say, and I'm thinking about scheduling, because that has been mentioned as a possible challenge.
Yeah.
Let's say the candidate is only available during their lunchtime at noon from 12 to 1, right? I mean, that's when the meeting would take place, the interview would take place, and that's when we would have it available to the public.
It would basically be up to the mayor to see what his availability is as well. And then I would, of course, favor from a staff perspective that we have 5, 6 candidates in one swoop and not have 5 different meetings for 20 minutes or half an hour interviews.
Yeah. Okay.
That again is maybe a consideration also.
Right. So thank you for that. So going back to Councilmember Smith's recollection, right, of why we're here with this process, it sounds like there used to be a subcommittee process, right?
It was
And
appointed each year by the mayor.
right. So, but for some reason, it was switched over to what we have now. And maybe the assumption is that it just worked better. You mentioned that both processes worked well, but here we are with the current process.
There was, as I recall, there was one recommendation, a change for 2 of the planning commissioners. And that was a mayor's choice, and I disagreed with it. We took our vote, and those 2 planning commissioners were removed. Did it work well? I think that's your question. It worked well because the mayor seemed to have a way to touch on every council member and communicate with them, but he didn't communicate with all council members. So he would call different council members if you knew this person he was interviewing, if you had some, previous history with that function, library board, ARC, planning commission. He reached out to me several times. I know he was reaching out to other council members.
And at the same time.
No, not the same. And not about the same.
Trying to clarify.
No, what I'm saying is that. Let me say it again. Clyde would contact Councilmember A about people that Councilmember A had contact with. He would contact Councilmember B and ask him about other people. So he had a way to be able to get his input. And then there was always a very vibrant conversation on the selection night based on the recommendations.
Got it. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councilmember Rush.
Do we still have Chrissy online?
Yeah.
Okay. So almost all of the options except the status quo would require a standing committee. And so there would be notice and the public would be welcome. And that would provide transparency. What I hear from the community and what by the public that we can get, and the most engagement for people to want to serve. I think that is important. So if we had notice and everybody can come and give public comment, then we have an equal playing field. So for me, that's the bottom line, is that the public be able to come, that they witness the proceedings, that it's transparent and open to everybody, business committees, neighborhood associations, individuals, Santa Claus, everybody. So that's what I'm looking for. We can do it a number of ways in that they all require the communication of the chambers. They all require staff. They all requiring scheduling. I'm sympathetic to option B being perhaps schedule-wise the easiest to overlay with a complicated city. I'm a little bit sensitive for people who might not want to interview in front of the entire city, but the point was made. They're going to be filmed. They're going to be taped. They're going to be public persona. So maybe that's just part of the transition for them. So I'm going back and forth and into the third round. So as long as things are open, accessible, taped, live, the public can come, the public can witness, I will be happy. And I think B and C and D are the strongest contenders for that. As far as combining ARC and Planning Commission, I'm hearing from those on those committees that they should combine. And I'm hearing from staff that those should combine. How we do it, staff can work with us on that, or staff can take over. I'm rather hearing that what we are keeping is Planning Commission and what we less need is ARC. So my mind's going, well, we're going with Planning Commission, but maybe that's not true. And everybody, I'm not attached to that, but I think we should combine those. I don't think we should combine the Museum and Cultural Arts and the historical preservation. I think we should keep them separate because that's what I'm hearing from the people on those boards. It's close to 100% of both of those seem to be easy decisions, at least right now. And I would encourage us to vote that way rather than to delay it. We can always down the line combine the museum committees. And interestingly, we haven't heard from our museum director, and I would be interested in your opinion, actually. So that's where I sit with these decisions.
Is it my turn? It's my turn. All right. So, oh, I should turn my mic on. I can't help but recognize the fact that, and this was alluded to in some of the public comments, that there is a layer or component of this for some that is personal about me as the mayor in making the appointments. Not everybody, but there is some, and it's pretty clear. And Mr. Rowley, you made that pretty clear in your statement. And I'm actually proud of the recommendation that I made for the replacement of your neighborhood association rep. The way that you conduct yourself is extremely inappropriate and rude and condescending. I respect you as a fellow community member, but it's unfortunate that you can't provide that same level of decency and respect back, not just to me, but to other fellow community members. And I would just encourage you to be a little bit more mindful and self-aware of how you come across. You have a lot of history in the city of Monterey. You're well respected by many in the city of Monterey. The expectation for folks like us is higher. So we have to uphold that. And I just encourage you to be a little bit more mindful of that with all the respect that you deserve. But I think what you shared tonight is an example and representation of what a lot of people feel, that it is more personal than it is about the process. Because folks were just fine with the way that the previous mayor proposed the change. And I would offer that I was the biggest voice on the council that expressed some skepticism around that change, though I did support it at the time, for the very reasons that I'm hearing tonight, from the very reasons that I heard expressed through Councilmember Rash's campaign. And so I will articulate to not like belabor the point or delay the point that I'm open to going back to a deeper level of transparency, though I recognize the concern that it relates to the impacts on staff capacity and workload, which is the reason why I supported it originally back in 2019. So however we can do this, that finds that right balance of not tipping it too much back to an increased workload on staff, though I do have concern around a full interview by the council. As anybody that's been paying attention to the council meetings for the last 3 or 4 months, we've had to push things off of our agenda, kick them down the road. There's just, I wonder, these 102 or so cities that responded, if they were more representative of the majority of cities in the state of California that have a heavier workload, or if they were ones that maybe there's not as much work going on. We are a smaller city by population, but the amount of responsibility that we have, from the wharves and the waterfront to the sports center, the most used library in the city, our fire contract, there is a lot going on in the city of Monterey. And I just can't see myself supporting having every interview done by the council for all the boards, commissions, and committees. That just doesn't pass the common sense test to me. It doesn't sound efficient to me. So can't support that. I want to make a few other comments before I conclude my thought on this topic, but I agree with Dr. Barber. I think every single council member is an independent thinker, despite what some folks might think in the community. There is no rubber stamping that goes on here. And in fact, I think every time that I, as mayor, have made recommendations to the council, it's been pulled for additional public input. And that didn't happen all the time when Clyde was mayor. So there was more rubber stamping previous to me becoming mayor. And I appreciate the input. And in fact, there was some comments around my ability. I think Ray Myers made this comment about my ability to just remove somebody from a board, commission, or committee, which is just factually not correct. I can make a recommendation to the council, and the council will have to make that decision, which I am one of 5 of those. But I do not have this authority to just remove somebody. And I think that it actually has more eyes on it by removing somebody, or making that recommendation than it would if an appointment was up and there was a vacancy, because of the respect that I think we generally give to people that are serving in our boards, commissions, or committees, because we know that everybody's volunteering their time. And when I did make that recommendation to replace only 3 of the folks on the NCIP whose terms were up, I spent an extensive amount of time describing my thought process, my decision criteria, answering all the questions and concerns that came up in the public. I think we spent more time having me describe that than any other conversation that I've seen on this council talking about boards, commissions, and committees. So just throw that out there. I think one concern that I have with transitioning to a more agendized and public notice process, though I'm assuming that's the direction that we're going to probably go in, is right now the process is set up where it allows a lot of flexibility. So I can meet pretty much whenever with the applicants. And I think it helps make it efficient and easier for folks' availability. And to Hans's point, I don't see there being a way of us setting up one-on-one individual interviews with applicants. It would have to be a pool of people coming into the chamber at the same time for an efficiency purpose. So that, I think, can make it a challenge for folks in the community to be able to match up where my availability is, or whoever is on the council, whoever's on that subcommittee. So I think that's just a fact of the matter, and I'm just kind of throwing that out there. I agree with Dr. Barber that if we were to go to a 2 council subcommittee, that the mayor and vice mayor makes the most sense. So that's kind of my thoughts there. I want to speak to the NCIP specifically. And Councilmember Garcia, and I think actually Dr. Barber was getting to this a little bit, but the comments are no knock to the people that are involved in the NCIP committee and the neighborhood associations. You all do great work and it's appreciated. You are engaged. You are living up to what this whole process is that we're doing here, the democratic process. I think the challenge is making the assumption that the neighborhood associations best speak for neighborhoods. And maybe that's more true in some neighborhoods than others. And Lee, I'm not trying to point you out, but for Lee to be the neighborhood association president, the NCIP rep, the secretary, the treasurer, playing all the roles. She's one person for an entire neighborhood association. Is that any knock to anybody, everybody, every single other person that lives in that neighborhood? No, not at all. And in fact, I think that there's something that we can do to collectively together as reps from neighborhoods and the city to find ways of encouraging more folks to be engaged and involved. But we have to be careful not to belittle everybody else that's not currently engaged in the neighborhood associations. So I think it's important that however we move forward in this process, that the neighborhood associations have the same and equal voice as everybody else in the community. And I think that what I articulated last summer when we did this whole multi appointments to boards, commissions, and committees was the ability to be able to post those applications online, whether it's now having a public noticed meeting and folks can come out. The neighborhood association can have a rep there and they can share their feedback and input in a public setting, just like anybody else would. I think making sure that it's a fair and equal playing field and not making it seem like some groups' voices is more important than everybody else's. I think I just want to make sure that we're mindful and respectful of that. And I would share that I also have concern. It was brought up to me, I think during that interview, when I had made those nominations last summer, at that time, it was brought up to me that Clyde had reached out to the neighborhood associations. I didn't know that before I'd conducted my interviews, but even knowing that, I wouldn't go to that model. I wouldn't go out of my way to specifically have conversations with the neighborhood associations. And again, it's no flack to the neighborhood associations, but it's about making sure that we keep that equity piece and making, like, if I were to do that for the neighborhood associations, I would want to make sure that I provide that to every single other person. And how do I rightfully do that in a way that's fair and equitable? So everybody has access to being able to get notified when the city opens up the application process and to be aware of who's applying and providing their feedback and input. All right, so I'm going to move off of that part and then I'm just going to go to the combining bit. I think one thing that I would want to have a better response, a more detailed response from staff is by combining, doing any combination of our boards, commissions, and committees, what exactly can we expect to get done faster or get more work out of? It would be helpful to kind of get a little bit of an example of what that looks like. I know that at our study session at the end of last month, I think, there's been so many meetings, I can't remember. But when we did the calendar and there was kind of like the Gantt chart type of thing presented to the council, maybe that could be presented to show what would move up in a timeline based off of our ability to be able to combine some of these and create some efficiency with staff's workload. So it'd be helpful to kind of see something a little bit more tangible along that. I'm actually open to both of the combinations occurring. One of the thoughts that I had, because I hear the concerns around HPC and museum and cultural arts. I see that that's a little bit more of the challenge one and where there's more community concern. I wonder if we can be a little bit more thoughtful or open about having staff come back with maybe different ways of doing some of the consolidation. So as an example, does the Mills Act have to stay with a combination of HPC, Museum of Cultural Arts, or could that be something that moves over to the Planning Commission? Also, some of the things that are done with the Museum of Cultural Arts, could that move over to the Library Board? So I just wonder how we might be able to parse this up in a way that helps balance the workload in a more efficient way. But I can generally support the combining. I do think if we do the combination of the Planning Commission and ARC, that we should probably have some requirement of one or two of those seats having a preference towards having those seats be architects or in some related field. I also want to clarify, because I think this came up in one of the public comments, that this idea of combining came from staff. Nobody on the council, as far as I know, brought this to staff, including myself. I didn't bring this to staff. So the idea that I lined up people on the planning commission and the ARC to come out and speak in favor of the combining is just not factually accurate. And in fact, some of the people that supported it were appointed by the prior, or recommended for appointment by the prior mayor. So I think that's it for me. Please.
Yeah, I wanted to go back and touch a couple of things that was input we heard when the neighborhood presidents met with Gene and I. One of the significant points was on getting a higher level of public engagement in the association's reference to NCIP selections. Two things that they were uniformly saying: more notice that there's an interview happening. So instead of the interview process happening when it was just the mayor selecting, was that whatever process happens, that the public have more notice that the interviews are happening. So in other words, if it was a Thursday notice that the interviews were happening, then there'd be about a 2 weeks period of time where everyone in the community knew when that interview was going to be. That was one of the things.
So could I just clarify something? Because right now there is no notice about interviews.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it, is because that was.
You're saying more notice, but there's no notice right now. So I just wanted to.
So what was happening in the conversation, let me just say that they want it to be public, so they know who the applicants are. So if they know who the applicants are, they'll be able to weigh in and provide information or emails or written letters of support or problems. But they want to be able to be engaged in that way, and they need to know who the applicants are. So that's what they were conveying, is that they want to be able to know who the NCIP or who any of the board members are who are applying in the process. Do I have that right on that point?
Right.
Is collectively, we heard that that's one more step to be able to make sure the community knows who's being interviewed. And certainly they can be, name, but no address, no phone number, continue, doing them presented as they are when they come to us in an agenda packet. The other thing that was uniformly very important to them was on the NCIP and the planning committee or commission, they were after that non-voting tie-in to the chair of the planning commission and the neighborhood rep to be at the interview, and certainly not a voting member. So if we can get us to a point where we have an open access meeting in public or Zoom, it is a Brown Act meeting, and anybody is able to attend that meeting, and it's a subcommittee of the council. The other thing that the members of the meeting, when we met at the library, they were asking for some system of rotation where it's not always the same. And just the mayor and the vice mayor, I don't think that's what they were completely saying for every year. Maybe the first year, but the second year, it should come back up in January, where the governance policy is reexamined every January. So I think that that's what we're leading to, is having a governance policy that is evaluated and voted on by the council every January, so that every council gets a weigh in terms of who's going to be on that subcommittee, instead of it making it always the mayor and always the vice mayor. A rotating subcommittee.
Are you all set?
I'm given input from what we heard from the neighborhood associations.
Yep, I just want to make sure I don't want to cut you off.
Nope, that was it.
Anybody, Dr. Barber?
Okay. Okay. So, the only thing I have an issue with, it can't be, I don't see being 2 weeks notice. That's a lot of notice when you're talking about scheduling, because sometimes scheduling, I know because I was in that position of being on the outside of it. And sometimes my scheduling of when I had availability was literally, the following week. And that was my only time that I had availability. And it worked with me being able to have a conversation with the former mayor before I got on council. And so sometimes, and in that case, it was just with the former mayor, it literally was like maybe a 2 or 3 day notice. And he and I had a phone conversation and that was it. So I don't think it's feasible because of the scheduling piece to think that putting in 2 weeks notice and, and yes, everybody could be at a Zoom. And that's fine if that's the way you want to go. I don't think having it in the chamber is something that needs to happen, only because of the same thing that I think one of the public comments said something about people's schedule if they work. And I think even Councilmember Garcia said something about they could only do 12 noon. I mean, it's just so many different things of, okay, I can do 12 noon, but I work in Salinas, so I can't get here. Or some people work in San Jose and live here. I mean, it's all over the place. So I think to be fair, having somebody have to come to the chambers would not make it fair because it's so many different other people who may want to be able to do this. And that was brought up a couple times. And so I think too, having something where we're looking at this piece every year, I think it's kind of redundant. And I don't think it makes sense. I mean, I think it makes sense to look at it if it becomes an issue, but to say every year we're going to look at this and make a decision about it each year doesn't make sense. It's counterintuitive. So I think it's better to be able to have this discussion like we're doing now, make a decision how it's going to go, just like it's been done in the past with the former mayor. They didn't look at it every year. They made a decision, stuck with it, and then if something comes up where it needs to be looked at again, we could look at it again. So that's kind of where I'm sitting.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to what Councilmember Smith brought up in terms of the neighborhood association meeting or meetings that took place. I'm not really sure. There's an attachment on the agenda report, attachment 2, about the neighborhood association presidents and VPs meeting that took place March 29, 2025. And I think if I've read it correctly, item C is what Councilmember Smith is referring to. Topic 3, how should interviews and nominations for NCIP be managed? That's the question that I'm understanding was posed to the neighborhood association. And then number 1, as a response, says the unanimously supported model is a voting subcommittee of 2 council members, one of whom shall be the district council person of the affected NCIP neighborhood, and to include a non-voting member who is the chair or in the chair's absence, vice chair of NCIP, and it keeps going. I just want to highlight this because to me, it is a little bit of a concern that these meetings and these questions were very directed. So I think if we're talking about getting the community's input, the question should have been, how should interviews and nominations for NCIP be managed, period, and not offer very specific models, which is referencing here that the unanimously supported model is indicating that there was a very specific description of a model that the community is open to support or not. I think, again, in the spirit of transparency and really asking the community what this process should be like, the community should be coming up with the model and not us as electeds trying to direct that conversation. So
Can you
just,
clarify?
yep.
Can I just give me 1 second? I think Chrissy has her hand up and I just want to make sure that we give her a chance to jump in here.
Oh.
You're still muted, Chrissy.
There we go. Sorry. So just a couple of things. I just want to frame, it might be helpful to frame what will come away from tonight no matter what. So what's happens already and what will not change. What will not change is that the council is the sole body that makes these appointments. It's not an individual mayor, it's not a subcommittee, it's the city council. Second, those appointments happen at a public meeting. So the public has the right to comment on it. I think my camera is glitching, so I'm gonna turn it off.
You're good on our end, Chrissy.
Oh, okay. I'll turn it back on. So the public can participate in those meetings. And third, all applications are included as a part of the agenda packet. So whether there's a recommendation that comes to the city council or not, the city council, before voting and approving any appointees, has the benefit of everybody's application and public comments at that meeting. And so really the question boils down to how much process do you want or need prior to that night, right? So those are givens that are required by our charter and the Maddie Act and a bunch of other Brown Act rules and regulations. So those are static, not going to change. Council appoints at a public meeting, all the applications will be submitted. So in advance of that date, how much extra process do you want? Then I've heard us bump up against maybe some other issues, such as having a standing committee, which you can do, to pre-screen an interview. You can decide the composition of that standing committee. It sounds like there might be some appetite to designate that members of that subcommittee be NCIP representatives. And I would caution that approach because the charter designates exactly what the rules are for NCIP members. And that is not a charter delegated duty that committee has, or any role that those members have under the charter. And so, it might be better framed as a member of the public can apply for the public position on that committee. I'm not sure I understood the non-voting piece. Anyway, we can ask more questions on that later. And the charter also comes back to maybe separately the library board and its consolidation, maybe with other boards. Similarly to the NCIP, the library charter is very specific in what its duties are. And although we have the library director fulfilling some obligations for the museums and cultural arts, that's not necessarily the task or purview of the library board. So those are just some things to think about. So I think really it's what extra process are you looking for than what I just outlined. Council appoints at a public meeting, all applications are submitted, and you can pick anyone you like, whether there's a recommendation or not. So I don't know if that helps. It gets very tricky when we get into teleconferencing. We have to follow the Brown Act rules depending on the composition of the committee. As you all know, there has to be just cause justification to have teleconferencing for certain members. There was other issues I was going to address, and now it's slipping my mind. Anyway, are there any other legal questions for me?
Well, I have one.
How about we, I just want to make sure that we let everybody chat. So, and Chrissy, if your additional thoughts that you had come back up, feel free to raise your hand back up, and we can jump back to you. In the meantime, let me pass it to Jean, because I know that she wanted to make some comments.
Well, I just, before we forget your comment, I just want to reassure you, the question on C was how should interviews and nominations for NCIP be managed? Number one is the answer that was consolidated. That number one was not the question. It was the consolidated answer, just to reassure you. Chrissy, am I correct that every option but A is a standing subcommittee and would be noticed, subject to the Brown Act. All the applications would be available. Everybody would have access to the same information, all the information. Everybody could make a public comment, individuals, neighborhood associations, presidents, secretaries, everybody, right?
You're muted, Chrissy.
Yes, I believe that's right for all of those options. In any event, any standing committee under the Brown Act, regardless of its composition, is subject to the public comment and noticing rules. All of that is correct.
Okay, and everything but option A is a standing committee.
I believe that's right. A committee of one, which is what we have right now, is not subject to the Brown Act.
So my bottom line is, as long as the public has access to the information, it's noticed, they can come, they can make public comment, they can make a public comment as the president of a neighborhood association, they can make a public comment as an individual, they can make a public comment as a business owner / resident, then we are all heard equitably. And I do think that you're right, Councilmember Garcia, that's important. And so any combination that makes the rest of you happy will, I believe, work for the public. We want to be involved in it. We want to participate. We want to be heard at whatever definition you give to us, a resident, a neighborhood association member, neighborhood association board, committee board, all of it. It doesn't matter as long as we can be heard. So I think we can find our way to this.
I'm just gonna throw this out. It's slightly uncomfortable discussion because I'm sitting in the role and that's currently the way that it is, but I'm just gonna throw this out based off of kind of where Gino's comments were going earlier. What about a publicly, even though right now it's because it's one, it doesn't have to be publicly noticed, but we make it publicly noticed and we offer the opportunity for anybody in the public to offer their public input and watch the interviews with the mayor. It achieves exactly what you just articulated. Okay. I'm just taking what you said and trying to
I take it back.
Although I think you're onto something, if it's the subcommittee of the council, yes, the public is able to make their public statements in the Brown Act.
Okay.
But it's the subcommittee of two.
Dr. Weber,
Well,
please.
well, I'm not agreeing with the subcommittee piece being this huge, this 4 or 5 different people, somebody from here and somebody from there. It gets overcomplicated. And I think what even Chrissy just talked about even shows it even more.
The simple answer is a committee of one is useful because it's not subject to the Brown Act for these purposes. If we're trying to make something new, I'd need some time to research that.
If I'm understanding you correctly, the process of one doesn't deal with the Brown Act unless we add the public being able to see it and look at it and all of that, right?
Correct.
Making it complicated. Okay, so so if you have it like it is now, where the public gets more if you have it like it is now and you add more notice to it, and they know exactly when the interviews are going to happen, so that if they have comments or that they want to say to the mayor in advance, they could do that, and yet there would be no, teleconference as far as dealing with anything of the public being a part of it, and it's just one-on-one, then you wouldn't have to worry about the Brown Act on that. Is that correct?
I think that's right. I would probably include in the packet that went to the city council all of the comments received.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one clarifying question?
Yes, please.
To Dr. Barber's idea of the mayor and vice mayor, explain for this rookie how vice mayor works
Vice mayor rotates amongst the 4 council members.
in a orderly,
Yep. One after
Progression.
the other, and then after the other.
and it's now Councilmember Garcia.
I think next you would be. You're up next. And then I think after.
Why wouldn't it be Ed?
Because Ed served more recently.
Yeah,
So we rotated through so that every council member during his or her term is a vice mayor.
Okay, Chrissy has her hand up again.
I'm so sorry. I did just want to make one caveat to that is the charter just says the city council shall appoint a vice mayor. And so there's been sort of this courtesy agreement over the years that it rotates, but that doesn't mean that one year someone may not agree to that and want to have a vote and not rotate. So just for that clarification.
If it's
So I don't think we need to make a decision tonight. I think we're just giving general direction, and I think there's still some questions around this other piece of the conversation as well. So it seems like there are kind of maybe 2 options on the table, and I'm just trying to surmise a way for us to that are actually tangible for us to move forward on. And there seems to be an appetite for an option of leaving it with the mayor, but publicly noticing it. And what do the options look like there? So it might be helpful if we can get some additional context details from Chrissy as it relates to the elements and mechanics of how that would work. The alternative option, I think, is pretty much in alignment with option C in the staff report, which would be 2 council members. And I think there's a leaning towards, from the majority of the council, maybe it being the mayor and the vice mayor. And part of the reason why, I favor that methodology, and this has nothing to do with me serving the role, though I do have insight into it. But the mayor is the only seat now currently on the council that's at large. And so I think part of the concern that could happen, not saying with this council, but in the future, is council members in their districts, they could focus on uplifting people in their district as opposed to kind of having that wider city view. So I think there's value in that. So I think maybe looking at those 2 alternatives and having some more details come back from staff as it relates to those. I think that there's this other piece of the conversation as it relates to combining. It seems like there's a majority of the council that's pretty open to doing planning commission and ARC combining. I don't hear as much unanimity around HPC and Museum of Cultural Arts. I'm open to it, but I don't want to continue pushing it if there's not greater support from that. I think my question to the council is, would it be helpful if we get additional information from staff to continue to consider this? Or are we just sticking with ARC and planning?
Well, I'd like
Please.
I'd like to make a motion. I think we can get a couple motions out of this tonight.
Well, I don't, if I understand correctly, we can't make a motion because it's just providing direction.
Well,
And-
we could do a consensus of opinion. Would that?
Yes, but it would have to
Take a
come
motion, I
back.
think.
Say again?
I think we could take a motion. I would appreciate it for or at least
Well,
understanding how people stand.
I
So you
think,
can vote, council.
okay, I think either way, for me, I think it would be helpful to have this come back so we can have some of the questions answered and have just certainty, clarity in regards to how we're moving forward. Yes,
So may I just humbly ask council for a little bit more directions? I think you had a good, and I'm talking now about the appointment process. We understand the task for the ARC Planning Commission. We understand the councils and also the mayors for the questions there, and then we can and we will respond accordingly. However, I think we have not made progress if we come back again with the question of one mayor appointing everything, standing committee, yes or no. I would really suggest that the council finds it in itself tonight to give a direction to staff, whether you want a standing committee or not, or whether you want to pursue just the established option, or if there's something else you'd like us to pursue. But I would like to just get a step ahead of the game and not start reinventing the same conversation at the next time when we have. I think there is, from the statements of all council members, I understand there is more an appetite towards a standing committee. That was what I heard Dr. Barber say. I heard also Gino talk about that. Flip side is, if you want to keep it as is, tell us you want to keep it as is. That is also fine. And with respect to the candidates and the interviews, it's on the website. Everything is out there, and we can post there also when the interviews are, and people can go there. But I really would encourage the council to give us a little bit more direction. Whatever your direction is fine. But let us have some progress and not start again at the same conversation, because we will have the same statements from the public. We will have the same concerns, the same advantages, pros and cons. So I would just say, in the interest of timing, also help us a little bit more.
So point of clarification, the standing committee, are you referring to the mayor and vice mayor? 'Cause
Yes.
that's what I said.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to
Yes.
make sure we're using
Yeah.
it's the
Yes.
same thing. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Barber, yes.
Thank you.
Let me,
I'd like to wrap it up tonight
Yeah.
if we could, and I think we're very close. And I don't think I have a disagreement with a lot of the things that everybody has said. Standing committee for me is the mayor and the vice mayor. And that's the standing committee.
Okay.
The public can participate at those interviews because we're going to publish those interviews. The Brown Act is difficult, but we can't change the Brown Act. But it means an interview here in the council, unless there's an exception, and then we can utilize also under the Brown Act deviation, we can use Zoom. So I just think that we ought to have two people do the interview. And I think we accomplish what we're after, which is transparency, inclusion for the community to participate, and being able to have two people, and it rotates every year because we have a different vice mayor every year. And on the consolidation, I'm ready for ARC and planning. And that's the only one that I think I would want to take on tonight.
can we, I know you're wanting to make a motion, but could we, I asked that question. So thank you for looping back around to that second part. Could we get some additional clarification from the rest of the council in regards to appetite for museum and cultural arts and HPC?
So I think I kind of voiced mine at the beginning. I don't see the consolidation at this point with the information that I have. HBC with museum and cultural arts combining at this point. That's where I am. With the information that I have. That's why we were asking, and I was asking for some of the additional information about what that looks like with the Mills Act and some of the details of the grants that we would be able to qualify for and how that looks and where that lies. So needing more detail, but at this point with the information I have, I wouldn't want to see that combined.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually missed these points in offering what I thought. So for historic preservation and museums, yeah, for me, it's not clear that we should move forward with consolidating. And I would be interested in hearing more from staff why they think that could be a good move. So, and then for ARC and planning, it sounds like there's enough support to consolidate. That's where I stand.
I think you've expressed your position on it. Okay, so I think you were going to try to make a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we have a, under the governance ordinance, a standing committee for nominations to all commissions and committees consisting of the mayor and the vice mayor. Do I have to define the rotation of the vice mayor? No. We know it rotates.
Second, with a question. From the attorney, do we have to add on in the motion any changes of staff in notice or procedures of how this will work? Because we're proposing it be under the Brown Act and interviews notice. So does the motion need to have anything else?
No, we'll follow the Brown Act parameters without that being included.
Okay, a second stance.
Point of clarification. So with your motion, are you including basically what I call two public meetings? Because you have a public meeting when it's agendized, when the public comes and can give comments on it, just like Chrissy was saying, where all the applications are right there prior to, they can comment on all of that. They can talk about everything about what's happened. And then you're saying having another public meeting prior to that. Is that what I'm understanding?
No.
Okay, that's why I'm.
Well,
asking
yeah,
for clarification.
no, it would,
Am I?
because it'd be the interview. The interview would be the second.
But that's why I'm asking. Is that it, part of the motion?
I can imagine the interviews and the decisions. No, because it's a subcommittee. Yeah, it's two. You're right.
So
What's
there's basically two public meetings.
So it's not two, subcommittee and council.
It's one.
That's two.
It's
that's
the
the
subcommittee has only one meeting and then the council has the second meeting for the
Right,
full,
but there's
yes.
two meetings on the same thing of boards and commissions. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
yes,
Right.
yes, ma'am.
Unless we go to B.
I don't know. I don't.
Could I add one
I'm trying to
clarification?
bring it up.
Since we did this for 4 years, I do remember times when not everybody could be interviewed at the same time, and therefore the deliberations were held separately later. So it could potentially be two subcommittee meetings. It didn't happen all the time, but it happened sometimes.
So just from a historical piece, what we would do is if we had 10 people to interview, we would set it up over 2 days. Pick the days when the council members were available. And they were staggered and everybody got 45 minutes. And if somebody could only make a noon meeting because of their work schedule, we accommodated them. And that subcommittee interviewed everyone and made the recommendations to the full council. And then the full council voted and made their selections. So there was only one meeting for the interview and then the full council for the decision.
And I would suggest a friendly amendment to my motion that it be the mayor and the vice mayor or his or her designee. I can imagine the vice mayor might not be able to be there and you'd say, you're the vice mayor, you'd say, Gino, can you do it? Just so we can get it done.
Well, there might be a conflict too.
Right.
I think it would be helpful for transparency purposes to have a policy in regards to how we're going to handle this, because I can imagine somebody getting upset because we didn't give them enough opportunities to be interviewed. I think we have to be a little bit disciplined in the process. So I imagine that we offer one main time slot and we offer one additional backup one. So if people can't make it to the initial one, we have those two.
Fine.
But
Yeah.
I think this, and this is only an example, I think there's other elements of this conversation that I think would be helpful to have spelled out in a policy. So I do think that this would be helpful to have this come back in a broader governance discussion, because I would highlight that one of the other things that I brought up in the context of governance was talking about term limits for boards, commissions, and committees. So I think that having a governance discussion come back within the next month or two with the draft policy and a broader discussion around governance, I think would be helpful. And I would bring up one other point, and then I see you got your hand up, Gino, is generally speaking, this goes on to the consent agenda. And so I think for sake of trying to help maintain some efficiency, if what I would want to offer is that if there is a difference in opinion from the mayor and the vice mayor's recommendation, that the mayor's recommendation should be the one that's presented to the council so that I can stay on consent. That still permits the dissenting vice mayor, if this occurs, to pull it and make their argument or case. But I think that this can help with efficiency. And sitting in the role, I can't imagine myself or anybody else not trying to make some good faith effort and trying to work with the vice mayor on coming to some kind of an agreement in regards to how they move forward on the recommendation. So I don't see that happening often, but if it does occur, I think in a way of trying to help with some efficiency, I think would be helpful.
I've got a little heartburn about the process of that, because either way, if you have a recommendation that's not in agreement of the mayor and the vice mayor, you'll have two, and there's going to be no agreement between the subcommittee. All of that fact is known and delivered to the entire council.
Yeah.
And then everyone is discussing it.
My point though is if the vice mayor, even though they disagree with what the mayor's recommendation is, if they recognize that, hey, I disagreed, but I'm okay with this being on consent and moving forward with it, right? So they can stand with their position, but not have to necessarily pull it. We don't have to have a full council discussion on it. I'm trying to recognize again
Yeah, no, I understand that, but from a mechanical, that's kind of like when Congress says present, but they refuse to vote. I just think that's the opportunity. If there's a difference of opinion, it comes to the full council, because the full council has the authority for the statutory selection is the council. I don't think it saves any time by trying to gerrymander that the mayor's vote has more weight than the others. It just seems like it's trying to allow for a weighted vote for the mayor, which is counter to the way the council doctrine works. I just think you bring back two opposing opinions about a selection to the full council, and then there's a presentation by both, and then there's a vote.
Yeah, it's not trying to gerrymander. It's just trying to find some level of efficiency, but I'm fine with it either way.
I think what comes up for me, it goes along with the point that you two are discussing. What comes up for me is that taking a little bit of a step back in terms of what we're discussing here, the goal I think is and maybe it's late, maybe I could use some assistance in better understanding this if someone can articulate it better. So we're talking about increasing transparency for the public. But in what I'm hearing here, in terms of the subcommittee being composed of the mayor and the vice mayor, it feels to me like the transparency is only increasing for the vice mayor. Am I understanding that correctly, I mean, the process for the public would pretty much remain the same.
No.
No,
No?
because we're.
Okay, and that's where I need,
Be publicly noticed
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
wrong.
It would be something that any member of the public could attend.
and provide public comment.
Mhm.
And to his point, though, members of the council, including a quorum, can also attend a meeting of the standing committee. They just can't participate in it. You can attend it as an observer. So if the mayor and the vice mayor are on the standing committee, a third member of the city council can show up and watch, but not participate.
Thanks for that clarification, Chrissy.
Mhm.
so, yeah, thank you, Chrissy. So am I understanding then with the subcommittee, we would take it through the process of including Brown Act and all that because it's an additional person, additional to the mayor. Got it.
Yeah,
Okay,
and,
thank you.
and I think the benefit is everyone's got a great perspective. And it's even better when there's two. And as they say, the answer's in the room.
Mhm.
And it balances two interviews. I mean, maybe you back and forth, different questions, different times, different perspectives, but two individuals interviewing a qualified candidate,
Mhm.
I think just makes that process a stronger process all the way through to the ultimate 5 council members making the decision.
Okay, so can I just add, if I may offer a friendly amendment to have staff draft a policy that outlines the interview process and how we would make that work? Have that come back to the council for approval.
Does the city manager feel like we need to have something written down for the clerk to be able to share with everyone, or is the motion enough?
I mean,
What are we
the
not?
question is the city manager, but I think it's, I mean, it's up to the council to decide, but Hans can have an opinion on it if you want to hear from him. The point that I'm making is I think it's important for all of us to have consensus and agreement. I think it's important for all of us to have consensus and agreement on the council in regards to the process in which we're going to transition to. So I think it's important that we all have that buy-in and at least the majority of the council agrees to what that looks like so that there's no ambiguity, confusion, blaming staff.
Yeah.
So
Is that a question for the attorney? If we need,
Yes, go ahead.
do we need more than this motion to be able to function under this?
I think I would clarify, I don't think we need it, but that's just my friendly amendment.
If I could ask for the amendment to be read back, I'm not sure I got the whole part.
I'm not sure I did either. Mayor, could you restate it, please? You want
Staff
to,
draft a policy on the interview process.
like if everyone uses consistent questions or like that kind of thing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, the questions, the time frame, how many shots at the apple are we going to give candidates? How are the mechanics around the interview process going to work?
Or could that be figured out by the two people that day?
What if there's a disagreement?
No.
Well, each time I did it, we had a pre-meeting. It took us an hour and then we had lunch. And we came up with questions and we alternated. And I did it 2 times and once with the mayor and once with another council member. And so the process was reporting back to the council was our charge.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like we're talking about the governance policy, and the components of the governance policy is the motion that passes. And then you're asking for more definitive procedures that are written down. That's the process that clerk will be following. What you're asking for is to make sure that we have accommodation for conflict dates, standardized cooperation between questions and the interview process. And I don't know what else would be needed.
I'm just going to, Forget it. Never mind. Let's just do whatever you guys want to do.
All right.
I'm just trying to move forward. at
I'll
this point.
stand with the motion.
Pardon my interruption. I'm sorry, Councilmember Rash. Did the motion include delegates or designees?
Yes.
Okay, I do think that might present a problem when you have an alternate, so to speak, with a standing committee. I would need to just research that again. There's
All right,
to get funky when you have an alternate on a standing committee, because then really you have a
keep it simple. I make a motion that we have a standing committee of the mayor and vice mayor for nominations
Question of the
to
attorney.
all committees.
Question of the attorney.
I'm gonna have Ed ask this question, and then I'm gonna call for the question.
It sounds reasonable. Chrissy, don't we have to have language somewhere that provides for, if we have the mayor available, our governance policy also says including the vice mayor. But how about the vice mayor is out on a long-term disability for 3 months? So then the council needs to have an alternate rather than the vice mayor. So what would the language be to cover that we always have 2 people as a subcommittee to fulfill the desire of the motion, but there is an insurance that there's going to be a second person if the vice mayor is not available?
Then the council appoints a new vice mayor.
yeah, I think I heard Hans there. If there's a vacancy, there would need to be a new appointment by the council rather than just the vice mayor deciding unilaterally who the
Good.
interviewee is going to be.
Yeah.
Interviewer.
I think
Okay,
that's reasonable.
So that's it. I just want to clarify, and that this is a technicality here because I know that in the original motion, it included an alternate. Jean sounds like she's pulling that out of her motion as the seconder. Are you in agreement with that being pulled out of the motion?
As long as Chrissy says that the council could appoint a secondary if the vice
Yes,
mayor's not
That's
available.
what she said. So
Or the mayor's out.
just for clarity, can we have the motion as is be read back from the city clerk?
Yes, what I have is that you would like to have a standing committee with, for nominations to all of the boards and commissions, which would consist of the mayor and the vice mayor.
Are we good with that?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. I'm going to make a motion from the second part of this. What I understand is that we're going to look at moving forward with combining PC and ARC and then bring back at a later date more information as it relates to merging Museum, Culture, Arts and HPC.
A second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. We're going to take Monterey 5.
Are we done?
No, we have 2 more items.
We got rid of 19.
Yeah, we still have to make a motion. We still have to vote.
I'll just put them there.
Okay, good. Did everybody get one?
Put them there.
Did you get one?
No.
I brought this for y'all. Okay. All the way from Italy for you. You ain't even taking it. Yes. All right. So now we are on item, that was a real 5. I just got a message. Okay. All right. So we're gonna go to item 16. Actually, can we take item 17 next? Because I know, Bob, I appreciate you sticking it through here. Let's take item 17 first, and then we'll go back to 16. So we're going to adjourn to Ocean View Community Services District meeting. We have one item on our consent agenda, which is item number 17, which is to receive OVCSD quarterly report. I'm going to pass it to Chrissy, who will make any needed verbal report.
Hi, good evening. There is nothing new to report on the Ocean View Plaza Community Services District. All the information is in the packet, and so the Community Services District can just receive the information.
Perfect. And with that, I'm going to go out for public comment. Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this one? I'm assuming Bob. Anybody else in the chamber? All right, so we'll cut it off to the one in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nobody on Zoom? It's all yours.
Hello. Thanks for staying late. You guys aren't paid enough. That's for sure. Gosh.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
Yeah.
Don't put that up.
Yeah, we don't have water yet, but our OCD is still going. We obviously we're hoping for December to get some one water expansion going, and maybe the Coastal Commission will settle on down. But I guess I'll wait until the next segment, the next number, we can talk further about our development project. But we're hanging in there and we're fighting, and I'll tell you more in a moment.
Thanks, Bob. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Oh, sorry, no vote needed. All right, with that, we'll adjourn back to the council meeting, and we will take on item number 16, which is a public hearing item, which is to approve Ruby Falls Fund LLC's request to extend the expiration of the vesting tentative map for Ocean View Plaza project located at 457, 465, 470, 484, 565, and 570 Cannery Row for 1 year. That's it. That's the title.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As you summarized, you'll be considering the extension of the vesting tentative map to June 17th of 2026 this evening. Just a brief summary of the project. The project is generally located between Drake and Hoffman Avenues on Cannery Row. It is on both sides of Cannery Row. If you need a landmark, on one end of the Oceanside building is the Chart House Restaurant. On the other side is El Torito, and it's both sides of the row. The total site is 3.5 acres. The project that was approved in 2004 included about approximately 87,000 square feet of retail and restaurant use, 8,000 square feet of coastal and community use, and that's the old Stohan's building in the middle, where they were going to propose to make it a history museum. There were 51 housing units, of which 13 would be inclusionary units or affordable units, and 377 parking spaces. So what is a vesting tentative map? I think you might be aware of there's concerns in development that you need to freeze the development standards for in a specific period of time so that a developer has the opportunity to construct a project without the regulations keep changing. There's 3 considerations on vesting tentative maps. There's mandatory extensions, statutory extensions, and local agency extensions. That's just in terms of background. The city approved the permit in 2004. Basically through the various extensions of both mandatory and statutory extensions, they had 19 years of extensions. They've just survived, if you will, the lawsuit with the California Coastal Commission, and they're going to be going to another hearing. So they're requesting a 1-year additional extension. That is an optional extension. It's not a mandatory or statutory extension, but it's at the discretion of the local agency. And with that, we're recommending approval of the 1-year extension, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the council? Seeing none, open it up for public comment. Thank you for the presentation, Kim. Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber? We got Bob. Anybody else? Okay. It's the Bob show today. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, nobody online, so we'll start with Bob squared.
Thank God you came.
Just when you sit down a long time.
Let's see, is that speech number 1 or speech number 2? This is it. Thanks. Okay, yeah, I still live in New Monterey, right up the hill from this particular project, by the way. And I need my glasses these nowadays, probably more light too. I urge that you not extend the tentative map for the Ocean View Plaza project. What have we learned in the 21 years this project has been an eyesore on Cannery Row's window on the bay? This project has generated a lot of paper, including the 8 pages that came with this particular topic. But no construction. The various owners have spent a lot of money suing each other and the Coastal Commission and other elements, not moving forward with construction. Sea level is rising and portions of this project's overhang the mean high tide line. The underground parking proposed on the ocean side of Cannery Row and the desal plant that was supposed to be there will probably flood given increasing storm intensity. Monterey needs a lot of housing, 3,600 units at last count. Workforce housing, not multi-million-dollar condos that will likely be second or third homes. The project proposed a museum, but has let the building deteriorate. It's called demolition by neglect. And potential exhibit materials have gone to the junkyard. The project deconstructed the historic San Xavier warehouse with a commitment to use the materials to construct a replica that would include housing, but all of the material has disappeared. The Coastal Commission disapproved this project because of changed circumstances, and that was 2 years ago. Tomorrow night, the city is having a workshop on climate change just down the street here, and on climate change. Is the proposed project a solution to the problem, or one more problem that will have to be solved down the road? After 21 years, conditions have changed. It's time for a new project, or maybe multiple new projects, that will better meet the needs of residents, workers, and visitors. Don't kick the can down the road again. Thanks. And good night.
Mayor, council members, Hans, You all know me pretty well at this point. I've been 8 years at this. My wife Missy and I and partner Eric took it over, and I think everyone's noted a real change within the property itself. I've worked hard myself pulling weeds. When I got there were weeds that were all over the entire property, 1.5 inches thick in diameter of the stems. And I pulled them out by hand so the weeds wouldn't come back. If you go by now, I got a letter from the fire department. Jen was saying how it's amazing how good our property is. That warehouse, yep, I keep nailing it up, holding it together. It's about a $3 million rebuild. We can't do that when the Coastal Commission is improperly and immorally pulling back a permit, which was approved by this community and everyone. We've gone through all the EIR stuff. We've gone through all the hearings, and it was approved. And the only reason it was pulled back was the Coastal Commission had made a decision now that they don't want to have this. Well, we were already passed, and we should be approved to have that. The first developer put over $31 million in it. Unfortunately, he couldn't take it to the finish line and get it done. He couldn't get financing. I had the financing all lined up to move this forward when we came in. We've spent a ton of money, millions, in improving the property, but also moving it forward. And it's something that will happen. We're not over the mean high tide line. He's not familiar with the project. That was not approved that way. We were approved, and we're 23 feet above the mean high tide line. If we do have a flood, you'll be taking a gondola from our property here to this council chambers because it's at the same height. With French curls, we easily handle that. There'll be no issues with that. If you don't do this project, it'll be another 30 years before you'll even begin to see anything. Will it be smaller? Of course. The Coastal Commission doesn't want anything built on the property. Amazing thing is, I'm sitting out there, I'm weeding, I'm trying to improve it all the time. I get compliments from everyone going by, and the big comment from everyone is, what's wrong with this project? Everyone calls it the eyesore. We all heard what Obama had said to the guys at the Plaza Hotel, which I won't repeat, about how could this be in the middle of such a great place at Cannery Row? I want to thank the city for writing letters previously to the Coastal Commission. There are 22 items. If you go to montereyvscoastal.com, montereyvscoastal.com, you'll see a video of the project, but you also see those 22 items, a sample letter, the jobs we bring, the way we can connect the two sides. We're looking to do a butterfly wonderland where there's a community park on the roof where people can sit with the butterflies. More importantly, rebuild that Stohan's building. To me, history is so important. I've saved everything. We still have all the wood timbers inside. We still have the deconstructed portions. I finally had a homeless guy that actually found pictures of that warehouse. We never knew how to rebuild the warehouse. I have that. He found it dumpster diving, and because he got off the streets and out of his drugs, with that picture, I'm now able to build this. So anyway, I just thank you for your extension, and look forward to being in the city for a longer period.
Awesome. With that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for motion deliberation. Please.
I move to approve.
I'll second. Any other discussion? All right. We'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I should have made this before we went on, and I just want to make a quick comment as it relates to Bob Evans' concerns with the project moving forward. Fact of the matter is, the property owner wants to move forward with this. Seems like a great opportunity for housing. It's going to have to come back to the council for deeper discussion if and when things are going to move forward. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity to have deeper discussion and community input in regards to how it's actually going to move forward. It doesn't seem efficient to not allow us to move forward. So which is why I supported it, and I'm imagining why my colleagues supported it as well. All right, with that, we're going to go to item 19, and it's been recommended to continue this one. So I'll just open it up for public comments real quick. Anybody on Zoom can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber, or just real quick, item 19, this is to approve changes to rental assistance program guidelines. Anybody in the chamber? All right, seeing none, we'll close it off in the chamber. I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's nope, there's zero on Zoom. So I'll go ahead and make a recommendation, bring it back to the council, make a recommendation to continue this item to August 5th council meeting. It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we're on to council comments.
I know.
Everybody's like, I am done. I don't know why you're looking at me.
You don't want to start.
All right, city manager reports. Actually, I'm going to bring up one thing, which is, hello, I'm back in the US. I came back from my trip to Italy, visiting our sister city. I'm going to agendize this for a future council meeting though, because I do have a presentation that I want to share as far as the outcome of that. And obviously it's too late tonight to even just begin to talk about that. So I'll share that, but I'll just kind of give a quick Cliff Note version, which is it was an amazing trip, successful, and I'm really excited to share the amazing opportunities that exist as it relates to economic, but also cultural experiences as it relates to our sister city in Isola, the Femine. So really exciting opportunities. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for city.
Just a very, very quick announcement. City Hall will be closed on Thursday in observation of Juneteenth holiday.
Woo woo. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna delay this. I'm gonna delay it. She's I did it. All right, we're adjourned. Thanks.